Hello, hello. That fish and Mater and Rue. How is it going, my friends? How is it going? Let's see, are we on Twitch? Is Twitch going? Twitch is alive. Very good, very good. Cats are... 3 of them are outside, one of them's inside, but in the foyer, so... he might come and hang out, but yeah. Alberto, hello, hello. Pretty good. About to start the workday. Awesome, me too. Even though it's 11 PM. You know how it goes. Boris, how's it going? All right. Well, well, well. Geez, it looks like the YouTube gang is being, you know, a bit more up and about than the Twitch gang. Draderov, lunchtime over here, good time for a dev stream? Hell yeah, that's good, that's good. Bruno? Hello? Ash, hello, hello. Hello from Australia to both of you. Hope you're having a great day, night, afternoon. Let's see if we can pump up our bit rate a tiny bit. Go 2.5. Hello from America. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. We've got everyone here. Everyone is here. Ready to hang out and be productive. Hello from Armenia. Jesus. We are everywhere today. Good beard, Limitless Games. Thank you, thank you. I just, I haven't shaved since I started on that plugin, so... Mustafa, hello from Asia. That's a very big area. Have cool videos, lots of useful stuff. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad that you find it handy. All right, we are opening up our project. So today we're going to be doing 2 things. First, we're going, well, 3 things, kind of. We're going to first write a little, not a script, but just an outline for a video. About, I don't know whether to do it just about the debuffer decals. So like accessing decals within a material and doing blah, blah, blah. Or if I just want to do decals in general. I can probably do like a quick, like 2-minute overview of what a decal is. Because it's kind of relevant to, you know, the rest of it, basically. So let's jump into our session. And earlier I was doing some testing about some stuff. Pardon me. Oh, wait. Hello from Charlie's Walls. Oh dear. Oh no. we're in trouble. Maybe I'll just get like, I just need some sort of background. They're top-down projected, aren't they? Let's just get this and chuck one in front. Great. There you go. This is our little test area. Coolio. Also, let's change the "what are we doing" text. Filming a video. Exclamation point. There we go. All right. Deferred decals. Video. 5-minute materials. All right. Point 1. What is a decal? Very short. What? Well, actually, no. Intro needs to include make a D's nuts joke because it's about the debuffer. Decal debuffer D's nuts. What is a decal? Blah blah blah. What is debuffer? I guess we could do like, oh god, there's so many like just shit materials in here for nothing. Yeah, so this can be decal. What is it? Deferred decal. Blend mode. Can they be additive? No, they can't. Ah. Alpha composite. Probably. Actually, no, I don't know what it would be. I mean, obviously, translucent is the standard, but anyway. That music's going a bit hard. Cool. So we just said a base color of black, an opacity of a texture. We've got like that explosion texture. Just chuck that in there, and then we're all good. Just learning about Unreal, very frustrated because Unreal always crashes. There's suggestion on how to fix shit. Tried several tutorials on YouTube, but it doesn't work. What kind of message are you getting when it crashes? Because it should have a, like the crash log should pop up. And it should say like, something, 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 error, something, something. GPU removed. GPU removed. It sounds like your GPU has been removed. Yeah, it could just be your GPU driver crashing, or maybe your GPU isn't seated properly in your computer, potentially. Maybe the drivers aren't up to date. Updating drivers would probably be a first thing I'd do whenever I get like weird. Like the other day I was getting every so often, like the screen would sort of flicker black lines, like vertical black lines, and I was really confused. But yeah, it's just drivers. And that wasn't just in Unreal, but yeah. Did you use tool to completely remove drivers from safe mode and install fresh ones? I'm pretty sure, like, you can do that with the NVIDIA GeForce update, whatever. You can do, like, a clean install. But, you know. There's a timeout setting that needs to be changed in reg edit. I don't know. I've never had an issue with Unreal just like crashing for no reason. Deletes the settings. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because it always keeps like the previous. I don't know. I fucking hate drivers. They just take up so much space on your system drive, and just like get bigger and bigger until you literally can't fit anything on your system drive anymore. Luckily, I got a was it a 1 or I think it was a 1 terabyte NVMe drive when Amazon had like a big ass like SSD sale. And I was like, SSD's nuts. But yeah, it was pretty good. Sorry, there's gonna be a lot of D's nuts jokes in this stream. I apologize in advance. If I extend the amount of time Unreal would wait before crashing out. Oh, I get you. I get you. In Unreal's registry, so that if Unreal hangs for some amount of time, it doesn't crash. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Especially if you've got lower end hardware. Yeah. No, yeah. I understand. I understand. I am understanding. Alright, so this will just be our decal thingamajig. Now the... Yeah. Wingman. Dude, I don't know you. I'm a Turkish developer who teaches Unreal Engine in my other channel. Happily stay developing. Hell yeah. Devs unite. That's it. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have some fellow teacherinos in here. Lots of using triplanar for most assets in my game. I'm a material person, don't have the time to model or adjust UVs. Car apps, wall, floor pieces, and landscape. Is it that expensive? It's not that expensive. It's actually very, or relatively cheap. It's just hard to do for anything Well, no, I guess you can do it for moving objects if you use the local coordinates. And as long as, like, the... It should work for cars. Yeah. There's also some cool methods that people have been using recently, which is like, instead of doing 3 different, 3 separate texture samples and, you know, blending them together and stuff, they instead use just the... They use one texture sample and manipulate the UVs to do the actual projection. And then you can just plug in one of the channels to do like a height blur and like dither between them, and it's like a single thingamajig, which is an interesting approach. All right, now we don't get decal channels in Unreal, do we? We just get receives decals. Cool. So there's only one debuffer. So naughty things for a link to that info. If Jay Creations is ever in here in this stream, he knows where it is. In fact, I could probably, if I comb through my Discord, I can probably find it. There's a few different like methods out there, but yeah. It's very cool. It's very cool. I guess it would like if you were only using one texture like I am, because like I mean, this is a bad example, but you know, I do just a normal map texture and like all the textures are packed into the one thingo. But if you're doing like photorealistic stuff and you wanted to try planar map, then you've got your, you know, your base color, you've got your, you know, your specular roughness metallic map, and you've got your normals. And, you know, when you've got 3 different texture times 3, then you're doing 9. And, you know, that's when it can start to get expensive. So yeah, just having the one sample. The downside is that the blending between them can be sort of rough. But, you know, if you just use noise, like if it's for more natural textures or like bricks, you can kind of get away with it pretty easy, but yeah. There's also the one other thing about triplanar texturing is if it's world aligned triplanar, then like things that are on 45-degree angles will have their texture like stretchy looking, but yeah. Bruno, enjoy the music. It's the old school RuneScape soundtrack, but I've just got it as a bunch of MIDI files. There's like 600 tracks that I just play straight from Windows Media Player. Does shared wrap setting help offset that cost? It does. Sort of. I'm pretty sure the shared wrap thing only... I don't know if it adds any extra performance or if it just circumvents the limitation of, you know, 16 samples per shader, which is just for like old shader models and stuff. Windows Media Player play MIDI files? Yes, it can. Can you set the instruments? You could, if you changed your whatever the default sound font was, like on your computer, I guess. But yeah, this is just the Windows MIDI sound font. And I just learned about shared wrap function yesterday when you're busy like really big. Yeah, I mean, it's something that there's no reason not to have it on. I think the only reason that they don't have it as the default option is just for like backwards compatibility with like, you know, old Nokia brick phones. What does shared wrap do? It just like does a sort of internal atlasing of textures that are being sampled within like a shader. So instead of doing 16 separate texture samplers, it will combine them into one shared like lookup or something. Something. I think it can only like effectively do it if the like input UV coordinates are the same for the textures, but I spilled coffee on my keyboard. I didn't spill much, but it's just a tiny little bit. Luckily, it's literally a $10 keyboard. Oh, fuck. Whoops, am I still here? Are we still live? I accidentally pressed something on my keyboard while I was just wiping it down. Are we still going? It says I'm still live, so I presume so. Okay, good. Yeah, I use like a really... you can't see it because I've got the cable trapped, but it's a really old default Windows... No, it's a Dell membrane keyboard, and it's got... it's so annoying. It's got like a sleep button on it that just puts the computer to sleep with no confirmation. And so, like, you can imagine I'm doing... Like, it's never, like, ruined anything, because obviously sleep is very temporary. But, like, the cats step on it all the time. You know how it is. You know how it goes. That kind of thing. Yeah, I know. I like the music, but not that much. That made the music really loud. Oh. I apologize. Urama, hello. Also, someone asked a question before, but do you know a way to fix the re-import bug on changing texture IDs? I do not. I'm not sure what the bug is, what the issue is. All right, let's do a thing. Oh, that's not the texture thing. What are you actually working on? So I'm going to be doing a video. Hopefully we can film it and stream at the same time without too many issues. Which is going to be a video about... Let me just put all this stuff in here. A video about deferred decals. So basically, we can get a texture. I don't know, some grid texture, who knows. And then we can sample the debuffer in the material. And then get one of them, get a channel from it, and then do some, you know, some bullshit. So we can say... Actually, how would this work with the alpha? Not very well. Well, no, I'd have to... I could use the alpha, couldn't I? I guess, yeah. But that's pre-multiplied. Yeah. Oh, that's a tough one then. How would you set that up? You need to go like this. Well, no, because it's pre-multiplied. Well, actually, no, yeah, you could do that and say, when this is 1, do that. When it's 0, do that. And that would... Or would you just do a solid color? Probably a solid color, yeah. And it's pre-multiplied. So it's opacity, color, and then lerp between this and that. Easy. And that would go into there. Right, and that would go there. Alright, now it should be... No? Why is it white in the... Oh, because this isn't... There we go. Because it's basically sampling it twice. So yeah, you do have to set it to off. Yeah. Do not receive decals. Later, we can still read debuffer channels to customize the effect. This frees up some interpolators. Yeah. So you can do both, which is fine, I guess. Or we could do this to sample between two different textures, like thumps up. Cool. I'll just do a multiply. Just to make that a bit brighter. Then add O1. Alright, so now this decal is lerping between two things on the thing. Makes sense. Cool. Alright. Very good, very good. Harry Spookums, did you get treaters? I live several kilometers away from my nearest neighbor. So, very unlikely. I mean, if we... if I did get people knocking on my door on Halloween, I would probably enter the door with a .22 rifle in hand. We don't really do Halloween in Australia, so... You know, it's funny, I always think I know most things about these kinds of topics, but when you make a video about it, I always learn something new. There you go. You heard it here first. But yeah, I mean, it's always good to... I always say this to people, but like... It's always good to just go over the basics again. It can kind of feel like a bit of a time waste, but you know, if you don't end up learning something new. But I mean, that's kind of what I aim to do in these videos, is to like introduce new people to new concepts, whilst also, you know, bringing something to attention that more experienced people might have missed, like that switch node video that I did the other day. It's like, it's such a basic thing, but you know, it went under the radar because it only got introduced like a couple of versions ago, and up until that point we were all using like manual switches, like integer switches, or like enumerators. So yeah. Oh, it's hot in here. Like, I love just having like a wet cloth on hand, you know? I think everyone should at all times have like a face washer. So good. So good. Right, and these do... yeah, they can stack. That, and it's time you're not progressing the project? Yeah, it's procrastination. Hell yeah. Where do you learn yourself these things, for example, the switch node? Sometimes I just literally come across it by accident. So, like, when I was looking for a switch, a static switch... oh. Static switch. I accidentally did this one, and I'm like, wait, that looks different. And then I looked over here, it's like, oh, it's got, you know, N inputs, and you can name them. So, like, you know, so it's basically an integer switch, but, you know. Does the switch get evaluated runtime in each video? I don't remember having had time to implement it. It's slightly faster than the manual method that I was doing. But yeah, this is just, it's like, it's not a branching switch. It's just like an integer masker. If you've got a parameter into the switch value, so you want to be changing it at runtime, then it will be evaluating every input simultaneously. So there's no, like, it's not going to discard any of the code. It will just run it all, you know, and then only show you the thing. And that's just how GPUs work. If it's a dynamic... I was going to test that, actually. It was on switch param, wasn't it? And there's dynamic branch. So, change parameter from static bool to dynamic bool type, which enables it to be used with dynamic branching. Now, I don't know if it just means dynamic branching as in it pre-compiles both sides. And then... So like if I had some different values, blah, 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 into there. So that's now... Actually, let me find something. What's like an expensive op? Like, triplanar camera vector, whatever. Just plug that in. Who cares? Can that actually... fuck. What's a really expensive one? Spiral blur doesn't show up as instructions. Um, 500 sine nodes. You know what? It's not a bad idea. Let's just get time and then sine. Very good. So that will go into here. And then into the other one, we will get time plus a parameter. Just so that they don't get, like, compiled to be the same thing. And then put that into there. So with just one of them, we get... Let's kill that. 160. With nothing, we get 140. So 20 instructions in. With this one, we should get 161. Yep. Right, and so if we do a dynamic branch, is it evaluating both sides? Okay, yeah. So this, if it's a dynamic branch, is just a... you could set it up with just an if, and be like, if b 0... and then just change this between 0 and 1. But this isn't a, this doesn't have a pin input. So then what's the point of it? Wait, does that have a... No, it doesn't have a pin. Huh? And that doesn't have it. Does it... Yeah, switch. Oh, I'm guessing you can set a... Oh god, what have I done? Oh, right, I'm doing this. I'm guessing you can set a bool parameter in a thing. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm just gonna see if you can do it. You know, if we had a static mesh. And then set material param. No, it just says scalar and vector. Maybe you can do it in C++, like set Boolean parameter at runtime. You can do it with audio, but that doesn't help. That's a weird one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it combined the instruction count, so... It's, You're evaluating instruction count, but if one of these instructions is to skip the others... One of the instructions is to skip the others. Well, because it's just a Boolean on-off, like you have to explicitly say on or off. It's not like evaluate, you know, like put in a texture, and if it's greater than, you know, if it's below 1, do this, and if it's above 1, do that, and then we've got the branch. It's just like either do this or do that. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I'll report back. There was some people asking on YouTube about that one, but yeah. Alessandro, hello. Hello, thanks for sharing your ideas and your methods. I've been very inspired by them. A senior Unreal dev from Italy. Hell yeah. Welcome to the stream. What's hello in Italian? I know this. I did Italian in primary school for like 1 year. I don't know why it's ciao. There you go. There you go. I know a bit of French. Like, I know very limited amount of French. But I don't know Italian. I can count in Italian up to 10. Anyway, I can barely count in English. I can only count in Australian. Have you ever found the need to write HLSL code for loops and stuff? If so, how do you approach it? Because using custom node is a pain. I haven't. I've been able to get around just using all of the inbuilt nodes and stuff. And the only time that I have needed to use loops was in Niagara. Yeah. Yeah. Which can do dynamic arrays and stuff. Count up to 10 in English? Hell yeah! All right, let's start the video. Let's start doing video. Right, first thing is I will have to go little baby screen. Little tiny babby screen and go to this scene. Sorry, you're not on screen anymore, guys. All right, so what is the debuffer? I wonder if is the debuffer evaluated in screen space, or is it like I wonder, you know, I'm gonna look it up. No, not Crunchyroll. Unreal 5 debuffer. These nuts. Documentation. Documentation. We got Decal actors, Decal material. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. You are correct. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Decal actor, blah, blah, blah. Still not telling me anything. Is it screen space? Decal emissive enabling occlusion inputs. Emissive enabling occlusion is treated as special cases in decal materials. The input pins on the main material node never use the debuffer system, but are implemented by additional draw calls that do deferred blending to either scene color, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there's literally fade screen size, fade out, screen coverage, material complexity, biggest factors, cost of rendering decals. Just like any other material being rendered, being both of these in check means you can render many decals at once without a larger hit to performance. Yeah. Mesh decals present significant cost. Don't care. Decal. Okay. That was fucking useless. We're just going to wing it then. We're going to do a performance considerations with a tab. We're going to do vert paint. We're going to look at decals. We're going to look at render targets. And then these have low res, low cost, decals, pixel res, high cost. Well, yeah, we'll say high cost. It's one draw call per decal, so it's a fucking nightmare. Render targets is high memory, low cost. Yeah, basically. It makes sense to be screen space though, right? Because when like decals that aren't gonna render when they're just extra. Yeah, because it is a pixel exclusive thing. Like you can't use a debuffer decal to affect world position offset. And it is literally a material buffer. Like it's a red input thing. So yeah. I'm guessing the way it works is the engine does its depth pass. Actually, how would it? Yeah. Engine would do its depth pass, then render all of the decals. And then the materials would just read from that global pass. Because, like, if a decal is here, like, you know, because it can be, like, in between two materials that are completely different. Because it wouldn't be like how lights work. Actually, are lights done in... No, lights aren't done in screen space because they can... Because you know how lights have this radius? And that's because lights are... Oh, fuck, actually. See, I don't even know this, how lights are traditionally rendered in Unreal. Are the lights done... Well, no, because they have to cast shadows, but is the vertex lighting done in... It's like, if this wasn't casting shadows, for example, then... Is this evaluated in screen space? Where it's just like, hey, here's a point. Get the depth pass, blah, 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 blah. Or is it calculated per shader? So the shader gets the nearby, you know, and that's why we've got like that. You know what I mean? Like if the bounds of this light intersect with the bounds of this object, then the shader itself does some shit. Oh no, it's per shader, that's why you can set them to unlit. Well no, because it could generate the Because we've got like this lighting only pass, right? Which could then, if this was unlit, where is it? Here we go. Because it could still generate the lighting, like, but then the material itself doesn't read from the lighting pass, I guess. Does that make sense? So, like, it could do a pass in screen space of all of the lights, but then the materials... But then, like, why can't we read from the lighting buffer, you know? And, like, do weird things, like, you know, if it's lit, then change the texture or something based on, like, point lights and shit. Like, there's the light vector, but that's not the real... That's just a direction from the thing, that global parameter. Well. Anyway. I always love the funny thing that turning a light on in a game technically uses more electricity than a real one. Yeah. That is true. Ain't that the damn truth? The UE5 Lumen does a quad tree flood fill thing. Don't think it's... Yeah, so Lumen would definitely not be screen only. Yeah, I don't know. No, it must be evaluated in screen space. Because you don't need any information about the things behind it. You literally just need the depth, the normal, depth and normal, and then the position and, you know, settings of the lights. And then if the lights are on screen... Yeah. Get the scene texture post thing, just the lighting thing. Yeah, you can get the... I mean, this one here, the lighting only, is just the... What's it called? Diffuse color divided by the final input thingo. So it doesn't actually let you access that buffer, but it's all done in the G buffer for deferred. Okay. Yeah. Oh, whereas in forward shading, it would do it in each object shader. So that means the work... Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, I'd presume that that's the exact same for the decal pass as well, where it would, you know, like if we had decals, blah blah blah, and we're looking this way, and if a decal is, you know, if the bounds aren't frustum or occlusion culled, it would do depth pass. Would it be before or after world position offset? Well, no, because world position offset's included in depth pass, isn't it? So, yeah, so it would do depth pass. It would get, you know, it would get every decal. It would do the decal drawing onto, you know, like, think of it as just like grey boxes or whatever, or black boxes of the objects, which would then generate a... Well, actually, is there just a show decals? Like, can we show the decal pass? Visualize... advanced... We can turn decals on and off, but there's no decal only mode. Buffer. HDR, specular, scene depth, blah, blah, blah. No. No. Can we, in a boast process, for example, the Prismatica cell shader, can we access the debuffer? No. Damn. That's weird. I mean, like, I know that it's... anyway. So, yeah, okay, let's presume that it's screen space. So the performance considerations are how many pixels of the screen are being decalified, plus the cost of, you know, one draw call per decal. And that's kind of it. Sweet. All right. Well, that kind of... We've figured out all the questions and shit. Breaks auto batch for that one object. Decals. One draw per. One draw per decal. Render targets, we'll just say no instancing. Texture param. That is if it's not. I'm not actually going to go into how to do, you know, character damage using render targets and that kind of shit. I'm just going to use that as like a third comparison point. Cool. Cool. So what are some examples? I mean, the main example is for like damage and shit, isn't it? Examples? Damage on buildings, blood / you know, liquid blending with height maps. That's all I can think of. All I think about is death and destruction, you know. This kind of lighting waits for the base pass to accumulate the information about opaque objects and their materials into a G buffer, then it resolves lighting in screen spaces. Yeah. That makes sense. Will you make camera that rotates in direction your character is looking at still top down? Not for my game, no. I prefer the fixed perspective, just because it means when you're doing level design, you can sort of choose where, you know, your player is looking at all times, and you don't have to worry about the backsides of things. If you're talking about doing a tutorial about it, probably not, because I don't do code tutorials, even though I do coding. I don't know. I don't like it as much. Blending... What do you call it? Blending, traditional decals with debuffer manips. my nips. And then we'll just wing it from there. That should be good enough. What about tire skids when drifting? I mean, yeah, you could. I guess. Oh yeah, I guess you could use it for like trails, deformation, or like static trails / roads. Because you wouldn't want to be doing too many of the. I mean, you could do it for a racing game because they just disappear when you go off screen and whatnot. But right, let me just check my my record settings. I can't. Oh no, I can change it. Blah, 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 blah. High quality, level 20, CQP. Recording saved to MP4 MOV will be unrecoverable if the file cannot be finalized. Easy. Streaming's all good. Audio. Output audio. No, what is it? I want to look at channels. Channels. Advanced audio properties. Is 6 my recording audio channel, where it's mic only? Settings, output, recording. No, it's using number 2. And I can't change that because I'm streaming. Okay, hold on. No, I can do this. So we can go desktop audio, advanced audio properties, and do that. Can you guys still hear the music? I'm pretty sure 1 is my stream channel. You can? Okay, good. Thumbs up. So if I do a test... Hello and welcome back to the... And then we go and review that footage. Hello and welcome back to the... Let me just pause music. Hello and welcome back to the... Yeah. Alright, we're good. Good to go. Nice. Might just turn the music down a tiny bit in case it spills. There's some weird going on. Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Perfect in the first take. That's right. Do you reckon I can say a D's nuts joke in the first 30 seconds without getting demonetized? Is that like a I don't know. Maybe I'll save it for after 30 seconds to start using the debuffer D's nuts. The D's nuts buffer. This is gonna be a shit video. Ugh. I did something to my shoulder yesterday or this morning or something. I just wanna pop it out, you know? Welcome. Sorry, I just gotta pick my nose a bit before I start filming. All right. Alright, we're warmed up. Should always warm up. Alright. Hello, and welcome back to 5-Minute Materials, the show. Today we're going to be looking at debuffer decals. Debuffer D's. Okay, I'll cut that. So we probably need to start by first discussing what is a decal. A decal, if you go to your place actors majigger, we can go to decal, and there's a default decal actor set up by default, hence why it's the default decal actor, and we can insert, we can insert our own material, in the little doodad. So in order to create a decal material, we're gonna create a material, and we're gonna call it decal test. Oh, you can't see that, can you? All right, whatever. So once we're in the material editor, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to material. Oh god, you can't see that either. It's behind my face. So once we're in our material editor, we're going to go to the material domain, and we're going to set it to deferred decal. Now you can see that it's giving us an error. Material is using the deferred decal domain. Can only use blend modes, translucent, alpha composite, or modulate. We are going to get this. We're going to set this to translucent. Very good. So you can see that some of the... So you can see that we have all of these nice outputs to play around with. And just to test, what we're going to do is we're just going to get the base color. We're going to put in the number 1, which is white. And let's just get like a texture or something. We'll go thumbs up. Actually, no, you know what? We are going to... And to start off, we're just going to get a texture sample. We're going to get the alpha and put it into the opacity. We're going to get the RGB and put it into the base color. So if we save this and minimize, we grab this and put it into our decal finger, and you can see that we have a decal, which is basically just a projection of a material onto another material. Now, by default, materials will just, actually, that's a bad example. Wait, is this one set up to receive? Cool. So by default, a material will accept a decal in the most basic of ways. Basically just using the alpha to, replace the surface values of whatever the decal has. So in our case, it's the base color, and we're using the opacity from our texture in order to actually, print it onto there. If we have multiple of them, you can see that they don't add together. At least deferred decals don't. They can only be placed one over the other, and that's where the sort order comes in handy. So if this was -1, meaning that it's before this one, this one was 0, so they go in lowest to highest value. They'll just get printed, over the top of each other. I'm pretty sure if you just had them all set to 0, it would just do it, in the... It will do it in a completely arbitrary order. I thought it would do it based on when they were created, but, Let me just sort out the rest of my screen. Also, if my OBS crashes, just hang in there, because sometimes when I'm doing recordings and I stop recording, it will crash OBS and we'll die and whatever. Do you have any idea how one would go about creating a spline for edge damage decals so I can follow arches, for example? No. I do not. There's some ways that you could do it for, like, an arch. You could get just a decal, do, like, a circle mask in the decal material, and then stretch it to fit the arch, but I haven't actually mucked around with spline decals. Decal splines. I don't even know if it's possible. You might have to, like, get a plugin for it or something. Oh, good Wolf. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for popping in. Right, the other thing I wanted to check was if this just grabs just a noise texture, or like a wall 01, and we unpack normal. Put that into the normal. Okay, cool. So if the normal is set to blah, blah, blah. All right, let's continue. Now you can see because we haven't specified any normals in our decal, if the material behind it has normals, it will just, you know, it will just inherit the normals there. If we go into here and we instead put our own normal map in, let's just get like a really harsh noise normal. Harsh noise normal. And I just need to do my little function because of my specific project, blah, blah, blah. We put that into there. Then you can see it is overriding the normals completely. So it's not like blending them, it's just overriding them. At least that's what I believe it's doing. Yeah. Yeah, it totally is. Actually, I could test that by doing this. And we can further see that that is the case by just putting in a flat value. And you can see that this is, again, not inheriting any of the normals from behind it. So that's sort of your basic standard decal usage. You know, you can use it for like grunge textures and like dirt and extra little details and stuff. But the debuffer these nuts is actually accessible inside materials. Now, this is where it's going to get a little bit more complexicated. Let me just grab decal actor, grab you, put you over here for a sec. Blah, 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 blah. Make you a bit smaller. Cool. Where's my little sheet? Okay. So, because the debuffer is basically like a screen space buffer where all of the decals sort of get printed in one pass, similar to how like the vertex lighting gets done in deferred rendering, where it will essentially just get a depth pass, and then, you know, it will calculate all of the lights in one screen space pass, as opposed to doing it, you know, per material that's being lit. The same goes for the deferred decal buffer. So what that means is that materials can actually access that buffer and do unique things per material with the decal inputs. So for example, we've got our decal here, and if we go into this material, you know what, just blah, blah, blah. I'll just kill that. And I also need to set this back to default, which is that. Let me just put that over here. Get a nice thing. Yep. So inside of our material, we can search debuffer, and you can see that we have the debuffer A. Now there are 3 debuffer inputs. If you go over here, you can change A, B, and C. A being the base color, B being the world normal, and C being the roughness, metallic, and specular in the RG and B channels. So let's just grab the alpha from here and use that in a lerp to, I don't know, change between, you know, this grid texture and just a color. So like, I don't know, red. Just a solid, ugly red. Put that into here. And you can now see, if I had it around the right way. Here we go. Right, it's a 1 minus. And then if we 1 minus the alpha, we go back to here. You can see that it isn't actually working yet. And the reason for that is that in the material, you have to actually specify for it not to respond to the default debuffer, you know, way of reading things. So if we set this to none, then it isn't going to respond to any decals at all, except we can still read from the debuffer. So now if we go to here, we're now using our, you know, our thumbs up texture, but we're using it to do a different effect on this material. You can see that if I put it, you know, half on the ground and half there, when it is on the ground, it's doing its regular, you know, decal thinger, but this material is reading from the debuffer in a unique way. And this will kind of get to some of the limitations and some of the weird things, like, you know, decal exclusivity and whatnot, at, you know, later in the video. But for now, let's look at some of the actual applications that you could do using the debuffer. So one of the commonest ways, so one of the most common ways to use the debuffer decals is to kind of do, like, you know, damage textures and whatnot for props. So for example, if we go to this material where I've got some wood here and some, you know, plaster render here, and I've already got it all set up in here. It's an absolute nightmare. Just ignore that. If you've seen my height lerp and or vertex painting videos, then you'll kind of know how to do this sort of setup. But essentially, we can set the decal response to none. We can use the alpha 1 minus from the base color input, and we can use that to drive, you know, a lerp between the render texture and the bricks texture, and also the wood texture and like a kind of chipped wood texture. So if we look at this now, you can see that we're using the decal to lerp between the damage textures. Now, obviously, this doesn't look very convincing with this texture in particular. So if we got something instead like a just a explosion sort of thinger, which has like softer gradient, and use that, and then also lowered the contrast. Hold on. Contrast 10, go contrast 4. Cool. And then we just made this a bit bigger, or even just changed it in here. So this was like multiplied by some number. Multiply by 2 and saturate it, I guess. And then you go into there, and then you... Can a 3 go into... Yeah, I think it just uses R then. Okay. Whatever. Nope, still useless. God. Goddamn. Alright, 1.2... Why is this example so shit? Okay, you know what? Fuck that texture. Let's just, God. I'm so lost. Hold on. Let me just pause. Here it is. Bam, bam. Okay. So instead of using that thumbs up texture, let's just grab like a radial gradient. Keep in mind, it doesn't have to be a texture. You can do like math and like world aligned stuff and whatever. And let's just chuck that into here. Also, just take the normal out. And now you can see that we're using a kind of softer gradient texture to do our blending. And in the material itself, we are doing some height blending. So you can see that the cracks are filled in before the, you know, the tops of the bricks are covered. So if we move it around, you'll be able to see that a bit clearer, like that. There we go. You can see it right here, where we're using the height texture to, you know, blend this in more convincingly, I guess, as such. Very good. I'll be back in one sec. I need to wee. BRB. All right, we're back. Editing this video is going to be fun. I mean, you know, editing all the video. I mean, this one so far is a lot less scatterbrained than my usual recordings. Which is good. I might actually, just before we go further, just make a note of these thingers. Just basic decal actor stuff. So which means I'll just need to put our face back in. What of us vibe because we're also scatterbrained? Yeah, no, I know. I know you guys are. All right. So with the default decal actor, there are some settings. Now, these are just settings to kind of automate the usage of runtime decals. So obviously we've got our sort order, we've got our fade screen size, so that's just culling options. So when you're really far away, it'll stop rendering them, kind of like how lights work and whatnot. We've got the fade start delay, which is, as the tooltip says, time in seconds away before beginning to fade out of the decal. Set the fade duration and start delay to 0 to make it persistent. We've got the fade duration, which is, again, the duration of the fade. We've also got a fade in duration and a fade in start delay. Then there's the destroy owner after fade, which will just kill the decal actor after the fade has been set to 0. And then the decal size, decal color, not really relevant. You can just, you know, scale it as you see fit. Now, these fade duration thingamajigs, in here, there is a decal lifetime opacity, which is a, you know, one of our lovely red node inputs. And this will be 1 when, you know, it begins. So 1 is like when it's fully opacified, and then it will fade down to 0 and then, you know, off itself. So you don't necessarily have to use this to, like, just drive the opacity of the decal. So, like, you know, you don't just want to multiply opacity by decal. You can use it to, you know, fade out using a noise texture. So, again, if you've seen the height lerp video, you can use the decal lifetime opacity as the transition phase to fade out, you know, a blood stain or something using noise instead of just, you know, actually becoming more translucent over time. Because usually, you know, a blood stain would, like, dry up and sort of flake off or whatever. So there's that. So that is a thing. That's a thing that is done and can be done, and etc. etc. All right, let's go back to where we were before. Now that I've gone over those basic things. All right, what do we want to do now? Debuffer roughness seems to be vector 4. Are all the channels used, or could you use the other ones for shenanigans? I think the fourth channel is always the opacity, but the R, G, and B are for, like, they correspond to the roughness, the specular, and the metallic. So we're going to get into that. So yeah, you can use them as like utility doodads in the debuffer stuff, which is, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right. So where the fuck was I? We were talking about damage texture. Blah, 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 blah. We'll go over this at the end. Once we draw people in with the benefits of it, then we hit them with the it's very expensive. This one will be interesting. So blood/liquid blending with height maps. There's also like the, you know, being able to use standard decals. Like, okay, I'm gonna set up a new thinger. Let's just get a... do I have a thing? Where are our walls? That's a big wall. Too big, if you ask me. Okay, let's just get... Oh, hello, big girl. Hello, big chicken. You gonna sit up here? You gonna sit? You gonna lay down? What are you doing? Oh. Meow. Come here. Alright, just relax, please, cat. Just relax. I'm doing work. Thank you. Let me just get a wall real quick. Do we have a wall? Wall. Brick. Wall. Brick. Just a regular old bricky wall. Stone wall, maybe? There they are. I want the full one. Stone. There we go. Okay. Let me just do a thing. Ernstby, what happened to your snow system? What do you mean? What happened to it? It's still there, I guess. I'm currently revamping my whole deform system. If you watch my second latest video. Okay. So, as well as using this exclusively for, you know, damage effects and whatnot, we can also kind of blend between the standard decal usage and, you know, accepting like height map stuff in the material. So let's create a new material from scratch. We're gonna get a stone wall texture. The B is the height map, and the RG is the normal map. We're just gonna do a solid color for the, you know, the wall-y bits. And then we're gonna get the debuffer texture. Now, because we have access to 3 different doodads, we can kind of use some of these as like keys. So like, for example, you might not be using like the metallic, there. So for example, you might not be using the metallic output on your decal material because, I mean, unless you were doing something very specific like spraying metallic paint onto a wall or something, you probably wouldn't need that. So in the roughness debuffer C, you can see that metallic is the G channel. So if we just get mask and we get G, we can now use this to do something. Now, what we... Now, what we can / will do is let's just put our normal maps in to here. Let's just put our thingo into there, and you can see that this is a brick wall, stone brick wall, and there's a function called apply debuffer. So this is. Wait, does that actually do it to material attributes? It does. It does. Which just adds it and blah blah blah. Okay, well, that's fine, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So there is this apply debuffer node, which, you know, can be very handy, because what it will do is just take in a make material attributes. So you got to kind of palm this off to this node here. You put the material attributes into there, and then instead of doing this, you would use the use material attributes output, which basically just collapses all of that down into like nothing burger. And then what we can do is debuffer these nuts base color into here. We can get the world normal into here. And then in the C, we can... Oh, actually, how would I do this? Because we have to pre-multiply. Oh, actually, hold on. Does this use the alpha to multiply? It does. Okay, hold on. Yep. This should be fine. Well, I guess we'll find out. Yeah. Okay. Trying to figure out how I would do this. Get the roughness using that as a key to multiply. Yeah, okay. So we're going to be using the G / the metallic output, or input in this case. And we are going to use it to drive a height lerp. Which the height texture is going to come from our bricks. We're going to yeet that into here. The transition phase is just going to be the G channel. Because all of these values are pre-multiplied by the alpha, that's going to give us our kind of smooth gradient and whatever without needing to, you know, multiply it by the alpha. Then the alpha here, we are going to make a vector 4. Make 4 vector. And this is going to go into the A, and 1 is going to go into the rest of them. Now, the reason that we're doing this is because we only want to affect the alpha channel of these. We could do, actually, you know, we could do it this way and do append vector and just multiply it by, you know, alpha and blah, blah, blah. But usually it is cheaper, at least I know for sure on the CPU it's cheaper to actually just get a, you know, vector 4 and multiply everything by that vector 4 rather than breaking it, then operating on it, and then making it again. So we're just going to do that real quick. I'll go into there. And we can just put the debuffer C into there, I guess. Oh, actually, after... that would technically be circular. You know what? We're just going to forget about that for now. Okay. So, essentially what this is doing... Oh. So essentially what this function does here, when we get the material attributes and we just yeet all of these in without any changes whatsoever, that's literally just what the decal response drop down here is doing. It's just getting the final product of the shader, and it's just yeeting the decal on top of it. You can specify, you know, color, normal, roughness, which is all of them. You can specify just the color. You can specify just the color and normal. You can specify just the normal and the roughness stuff, and just the roughness stuff. We're going to set this to none because we're manually, you know, adding these with some extra juice. But if we now go into... Son of a bitch. Hold on. What have I done here? Base color. Wait, do we even have the... Oh god, that's only doing that. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna pause real quick. So this is just this output. Cool. And this does get the RGBA. Oh, is it because of the world normal? It's world normal. Gotcha. Okay, let's just not do the normal then. There we go. Okay. And then it should be... Debuffer A base color. Shouldn't that be pre-multiplied by the alpha? Oh no, because the... What was I using? The metallic. Wait, why is that? I set that to none. World normal, blah blah blah. Base color, blah blah blah. RGBA multiplied by just the alpha here. Cat. Son of a gun. If we just put the alpha into the base color and said U into there, then we should get a... Hello? What is going wrong here? Oh, right, because we set that to 0, didn't we? So if that was 1, then we're going to get this, and it's doing what it's supposed to. But... What do you want, Caddy? But why is it not lerping proper? So that's the alpha. Oh, right, no, because that is the alpha. Yeah. And we want to yeet over the top of it the new alpha. So wait, apply debuffer is just adding... Yeah, so it's literally just lerping between using the... Because if we get the base color, multiply that by the alpha, and then... Oh, that's the inverse alpha. So we're saying get the current base color, turn that to 0, and then add this instead over the top of it, which is literally just a lerp. The problem is that this is inverse alpha. So in order to inverse alpha, we would have to... Oh, fuck's sake. Huh? You being gentle? Sorry, my cats are just eating each other. Wait, why? What the fuck? Why is my... Alright, we're nearly there, we're nearly there. Let's just ignore the world normal for now. Fuck that shit. So we have the alpha going into here, which should be... Is that saying where it is? Oh, God. Well, actually, no. We just want to replace the alpha with... No, because it's pre-multiplied. We want to blend the alphas. All right, you know what? Let's just do it this way, where we manually append. All right, and then we'll... Because, like, if I did it this way, we'd get weird fringing. As such. Because it is, yeah, pre-multiplied. Well, actually, if that was 1 minus did. Yeah, so we get fringing around there, which isn't what we wanted. We want to kind of blend this over the top. How could we do this nicely? I guess if we... Because if we just use the regular alpha, then it's literally just the, you know, the soft fall off. Which is what we need in order to drive the height effect. So I guess if we got this... 1 minus, multiply them together. Fuck off. Multiply them together. Then 1 minus, then yeet you into there. Son of a fucking gun. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I don't like this. I don't like the applied debuffer these nuts. What if we what if we don't 1 minus it afterwards? No. What if we do this? We're just going to brute force. Okay, nope. No dice. What if we 1 minus, then put the result in? Nope. But then what if we 1 minus again? Then no, it's probably not going to do it. Because it's just... Because this... Maybe I'll just say that this is very sucky. It's not very, like... I don't know, it's kind of hard to control. Because, like, if we did want to do something like this, the way I'd do it, at least, is get... Well, let's just do that over here. I'd do it like, get our height lerp, whatever. And, well, no, because I guess... If we were doing this... Cat, can you please move? Excuse me. If we were doing this, we'd still get some, like, vignetting. Like, some color shift towards the outside, because it's pre-multiplied by the alpha of the thing. So like there's technically going to be like a radial, you know, it's going to be darker on the outside than it is the inside. We could do something like a correction, but that gets kind of weird. It's technically doable though. Hello, Caddy. What do you need? Huh? Oh, off keyboard, please. Huh? What? What is it? What? Do you want to get outside? You want to go out? Alright, hold on, man. Alright, we'll go outside. Yeah? Oh, hello. Alright, I'll be back in 1 second. Because this damn cat wants to go outside. Oh, cat. Don't. No, you're gonna delete. Jesus. Alright, I'll be back in 1 sec, guys. All right, and we're back. Cool. All right, so in terms of... Oh, fuck you. What's the material attributes thing? There we go. Okay. So, in terms of applying a sort of normal decal to something with a height map, there's a couple of ways you can go about it. I prefer to do it very manually, just because there's a lot more control over, you know, how each of the different things react to the things and stuff. So, for example, as an alternative, there is the apply debuffer node, which takes a material attributes input, and then this would go, you know, if you go to the attributes button, it would go into here, and you would have to make material attributes over here. I prefer not to do that. It's just very cumbersome. You don't get as much control, blah, 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 blah. So if we have... Oh, so if we have our little, our color, our regular color, we can die. So we can have our regular material color, and we can use a height lerp, and we're going to be using the metallic input as like a key. So I'll kind of explain what's going on after we do this. So let's put the alpha into the alpha. 0 is going to be our original color, and then we're going to get the RGB from the decal debuffer. Debuffer these nuts. And we're going to put that into the B of the lerp. So this way, we can have the decal of any color, but it's also reacting to, you know, the height texture of the, you know, of the material that is receiving the decal. So that's a really handy thing. You know, let's say this is like you've like painted on the surface, and obviously the paint doesn't make it to the cracks as like quickly as it does to the thingamajig. We can also just like turn the strength down, like these, you know, and it looks a bit more grungy, gritty. This could be any texture, you know. We could use like a noise texture multiplied by this circle, but we're not going to do that for now. And we could, you know, we could do some normals into here. So we could get like a paint normal, paint strokes thick, and put that into the normal. And then in here, we can do a lerp between the... And then in here, we can do a lerp between the original normals and the input normals from the debuffer. So if we go here, we go to the normal, put that into there. Now, these are world normals, so I'm not sure how this will actually look. I'm not sure if it's, like, facing the right way. We're just going to check real quick before we actually make it look not silly. World normal. Okay, so it is facing the wrong way. So we would need to manually, in our decal, get the local... No, we would need to transform. Transform world space to local space, I believe, in the decal itself. It's only supporting surface material domain. Why do you do this? How did... Alright, what if we get, local... What's like the... This transformation's only supporting the surface material domain. Well, can we just, like, get... local to world? Is that fine? Is that okay? Okay, that looks right, but it's the wrong way around. Is that just because the decal is facing right? Isn't that... Okay, fuck's sake. Hold on. I can do this. Hold on. Because aren't decals supposed to face... Or are they supposed to face outward from the arrow? I mean, I would presume that, yeah, they're actually supposed to do this, so... YOLO. So if we look in normal view mode, the normals of the decal do actually have to be transformed before we can kind of sample them properly in the debuffer. Debuffer D's nuts. So if we go into our decal material, we've got our decals normal, and we're just going to use the local to world space transform and put that into the normal. And it turns out that I have my decal around the wrong way, so that is also important. So now you can see this is matching the normal of the wall. If we go back to our lit, our very lit mode, then in our wall material, we can, you know, do some blending, like some extra blending in here, to like adjust the strength of, you know, this paint texture thing. So we can like maybe like half blend it so it's kind of just over the top or something, and maybe like, you know, change and maybe like change the text coords to be more tiling-y. And so, you know, now we've kind of got the good old paint on the wall with some paint texture, which is being, you know, driven by this. We could also do like a separate height lerp using the same transition phase with the same height texture, but but instead multiply the transition phase. Bam. And then that would go into the lerp. And so this would just be changing where, you know, where the paint thickness kind of starts. So like if it's caked on, then it can go like here or something. So that, you know, it blends between the stuff. Something like that. Very cool. Now, if we were to... Yeah, because it's kind of combined, it can get a bit funky, can't it? I mean, if they're the same one, it's no issue, but if they were different colors, it would get kind of weird. Let me actually just test that real quick. Oh. It's going to blend the colors, isn't it? Because of the alpha. Yeah. I mean, that's not too bad. Let's also just get a different texture. Cool. And so, you can see here... Oh, let me just move that up there. So, one thing about this... I've completely lost my fucking train of thought. Okay, so in this example, we were using the metallic input as like a key in order to drive the height effect. So if we set this to 0, it would instead do nothing, which isn't what I wanted to fucking do, because I wanted it to... G is the transition value. Otherwise, it would be... Oh, God. I need to think about this. Because the G is pre-multiplied. Or pre-multiply by alpha. A is 1 minus alpha. So they pre-multiply by alpha. If I wanted to use it as a key... Yeah, they're overlaid, blah, blah, blah. How could I do this? Couldn't use that as a lerp between this and itself, could I? No. Well, actually. No, because the fucking... Oh, no, wait, we'd want it to be the actual alpha. So, between the alpha and this. Would that actually work, though? No. Or does the alpha only come from the A input? Well, no, because we want 0 to be that, then 1 to be that. I just can't be bothered. Shit. So we're using the G as the alpha. Does that just need to be saturated? That would mean as this went to 1. What's a way that you could key it properly? I guess you can't really. But then what if you didn't want something to be height blended? Like caked on paint versus something that's sprayed on. You wouldn't. You couldn't. Actually, no, you could. You could. Yeah, no, we totally could. We just have to do it as a lerp afterwards. Yikers. Alright, well, in that case, we've got the G, so we're using that as a key. Transition phase, doing the Heidi lerpy stuff. We could then... Oh, no, but we'd have to, like, max it. But then that kind of defeats the purpose of the alpha. Well, we could use a different... We could use the specular or the other one. Like the fucking roughness or something. But people might want to actually use them as things. But anyway, if we did use the other channel, then we could just chain lerp. Well, no, it wouldn't be chain lerp. It would be... we'd just choose the higher value between this and that. And then you... down there. Bam. So that's saying metallic 1. Then this other one, the blue one, could be a different blend mode where metallic is 0, so it's not going to show up at all. Well, it is slightly, but that's because the specular is 0.5 by default. Oh, yeah. Yikes. So if that was 1, we can then have it as a soft fade. But there's weird stuff with blending them together. So technically, yes. Technically works. Okay. All right. Recording again. Oh, my fucking camera. All right. One sec. All right, we're back. Hello. Hello, hello. Back to here. Okay, so in our material, we are using the G, or the metallic input from the buffer to drive our height lerp effect. But we can also, you know, but we can also, for example, get the, you know, the B channel, or maybe, you know, but we could also get the B channel and use that to drive a different kind of blend effect. So by just choosing which alpha is greater, we can essentially just combine the height lerp and just a regular, you know, kind of decal blend where it just uses the soft gradient in order to do the thing. So I've got a separate blue decal, which has its specular set to 1 and its metallic set to 0. And then in this one, the specular is set to 0 and the metallic is set to 1. So if we look at our thing here, you can see that we have the height blended decal in this material, and then we also have the, you know, the kind of soft blended decal in the material. So you could use like this soft one for, like, you know, the sort of grunge, like water damage looking textures, and then you could use this for something like, you know, bullet impacts or like paint and that kind of thing. Now you will get some weird-ish stuff when they overlap, although it's actually not as weird as I thought it would be, because yeah, because the buffers just get added together based on the... Oh, it would be based on the sort order, wouldn't it? Yeah. So based on the sort order, you can get some kind of weird interference. So I guess you just want all of your soft blended ones to be applied before the kind of height lerpy ones. The colors are going to mix together kind of weird just because of how, you know, decals are. But this is just you know, this is a way that you can sort of use those extra channels as like keys. Just keep in mind that the outputs of those auxiliary channels are pre-multiplied by the alpha. Another thing that you might notice is that the color gets darker towards the outside, and that's just because the RGB is pre-multiplied by the alpha. So we could correct that by either in the wall material getting the original, you know, G value, which was our metallic. We could 1 minus that. We could multiply it by some, you know, small number, and then like add that, either add that on top of whatever's going in to, you know, that bit in the lerp, or multiply it above 1. So for example, you know, if this was 0.5, it might go kind of gray towards the edges. Yeah, so we might instead multiply it by some, you know, some factor. Actually, no. What if we get... hold on. So what we might do instead is get the alpha value. We might multiply it by some, you know, some factor. We're going to add 1 to it. Oh. We're going to add 1 to it so that where it was 0 is now 1. So it's going to be unaffected. And then above 0 is going to be, well, above 0. And then we're just going to multiply the base color by, you know, that greater than 1 value. And then we're going to multiply the base color by that greater than 1 value in order to, like, increase the vibrancy of the outside the outside stuff. So maybe even just like that could do it. Maybe even more. Yeah, well, there you go. So that's like a more even looking color, I guess. You might have to like dick around with it, but we sort of just have to make up for the fact that we sort of just have to make up for the fact that as the fall off decreases, the RGB values also decrease. So we essentially want to apply like an inverse multiply to like bring it back to, you know, there. We basically want to bring it back to like a level color luminosity, or its original luminosity, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. All right, next on the list. Now, just as another note, you could invert this this effect so that it only appears in the cracks first. Obviously, you just need to get the outputs of these and put them in like this. This could be useful for something like blood on a wall, where like the blood's dripping down the wall. That's not it. My bad. Hold on. Fuck. Now, obviously, if we invert our height texture, we can make this appear first in the cracks of the wall, and then on the you know, the faces of the bricks. And that might be handy for something like a, you know, a blood texture. So if we get like a bloody blood texture, and we can, you know, change the opacity so that it's a bit more thingo-y. Like this, I guess. And then we, you know, we might want to actually use the roughness value. So roughness 0. And this is where using the keys can kind of get a little bit cumbersome. Because if we were using the roughness to actually drive, you know, a thing, then we'd kind of be in trouble. And so this is one of the limitations of using the debuffer in this way, because we could explicitly say, you know, wherever this effect is. Oh god, why can't I see? Oh my god, everything. What the fuck? God. Okay. So we could explicitly say, okay, wherever this, you know, height lerp thingo is happening, we want to do, you know, something to the roughness so that, you know, it's fully rough out here, and then it is really shiny. No, hold on, I can do this. Is that the right? How the oh, mate, I might have roughness turned off in my settings. No, that's right. Okay, cool. So yeah, we could explicitly set, you know, from this height lerp thing that this should be, you know, shiny looking, you know, set the roughness to 0 and the specular to full or whatever. But then it's like, you know, if we had a different effect that was using, you know, the height lerp, it would also be really shiny, even if we didn't want it to be. And so, you know, it's kind of like a toss-up between, do I want to actually use these values for what they were designed for? Or, you know, do I want to be able to switch between having soft, you know, feathered stuff and height blended stuff? If you did only want things to be height blended, then you could instead just use the alpha value, from the base color to drive the height lerp. And then... Hello? Excuse me? Is that so? Oh, that's height texture. I'm fucking dumb as hell. So if you did want things to only be height blended, you could just use the alpha from, the base color of the debuffer and put that into the transition value. And that means that any decal that gets applied to this thing, if I had it around the freaking right way, any decal that gets applied to this will use that height blend to some degree. And then you could use, the metallic roughness, blah, blah, blah channels as they were actually intended. And if you were doing this kind of thing, it might be worth to actually use this apply debuffer function. And you can leave these blank and it just won't, do the thing. But, you know. So that's just a few of like the practical considerations about using the debuffer to do all of this kind of fancy bullshit. Now now on top of the practical considerations, there are also performance considerations. Namely that each decal that's being rendered in your scene will incur one extra draw call, or even multiple draw calls, I think. So if we go to stat unit, you can see that my draws are at, when I have things turned off, and my cursor is on screen. Our draws are at 125, 126. If I start duplicating these and just smacking them on everywhere, and we turn our things off, then you can see that our draw calls are now at, 208. So, we've really beefed up the draw count by adding more decals. God, it might even be doing one draw per... Actually, yeah, no, it's probably doing one draw call per buffer that the decal is writing to. Possibly. I don't know. That seemed very disproportionate, but anyway. So so instead of using decals for your, your damage and stuff, you might want to use something like vertex paint, which I have, a video about called vertex painting, I believe, where, you can just draw using the mesh paint. We can go to paint. We can go to just red channel. We can just start painting and, paint blah, blah, blah. And then in the material, we're just sampling the vertex color channel and using that to drive our effects and stuff. You can also use both if you need to. So we could get, this decal, and then in this material, we're using the debuffer, I think it's just the debuffer alpha, to drive, that same damage effect. We're just adding them together, essentially. So we can even overlay that and, it would work fine. Obviously, the limitation of vertex paint effects is that they are limited to the resolution of, how many verts you have on your meshes. Yeah, where am I again? Here. Ow. So me being a vertex paint enjoyer, I intentionally give my meshes some extra geometry, where other people might, say that, why would you need all these extra verts in here? Well, because I love vertex painting, I give all my meshes, extra geometry so that we can use this more effectively and more accurately. Wrong scene. One little consideration about doing vertex paint is that if you've got things that have been vertex painted in the editor, they can't get automatically instanced together. So usually if you've got, a mesh and you've got it like a million times in your world, even if they're just regular static meshes, Unreal will eventually figure that out and batch them all together into one draw call. However, if they've been painted to be different from one another, they can't be batched together. So doing vertex painting like this does incur not necessarily an extra draw call, but it just disables it from being, multi-batched together, which is still more performant than an extra draw call of a decal. But, obviously decals have the benefit of being a pixel shader stage, pixel accurate effect that doesn't rely on any, geometry and that kind of thing. Another thing you could do for these kind of effects is use render targets, but they're pretty, sort of advanced to set up. Like I use render targets for my character damage system. So if, a character gets hit, we like unwrap the whole character. We do like a top-down projection of the unwrapped UVs and add that to a render target and then sample that in the material. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it has like no performance overhead because, we're just sampling it as a texture. But obviously setting it up and, taking that capture and stuff can be pretty expenny. Now you can use decals on characters, but they will kind of, if you attach it to the bone and you start doing this, it'll kind of just go all over the place. It won't like be skinned to the character. There is a plugin on the marketplace called, I think it's the skinned decal component. So, if you've got the money, and you want skinned, decals on characters, then that might be something that you'll want. The other thing that's worth mentioning is you can't. Bleh. The other thing worth mentioning is that these debuffer samples can only affect pixel shader or pixel stage shader stuff. So you can't do world position offset using the debuffer. So, you couldn't apply this decal and like cave the wall inwards. You could do something like bump offset to make it look like the wall's caved in slightly, but, YOLO. Whereas something like vertex paint can actually, apply world position offset effects. Let me just real quickly save that clip because it was getting 20 minutes long. If you copy the exact same decal, it always generate more draw calls. Yeah, you can't batch draw calls. At least not by default. There might be a plugin that can do instance decals. But yeah. Now, one last thing about this whole decal debuffer. Now, one last thing about this whole, decals, debuffer, these nuts system is that it can kind of get a bit weird when you've got like multiple materials that are reacting to decals in different ways. So one really important thing is that you can exclude meshes from receiving decals. So you can exclude this mesh from receiving any decals. Keep in mind that there aren't any decal channels. There's only one debuffer. So it either receives decals or it doesn't. Actually, no, hold on. Does that... Yeah, okay. And then in the material, as we saw before, you can change and then as we saw before, you can just change the decal response to none if you don't want it to receive any decals, like from a material level. But even if it is set to none, you can sample the debuffer. So, yeah. If you did want something like... So that's where, like, a system of utilizing those, like... Oh, fuck, where'd my shit go? So that's where, using the sort of auxiliary channels can come in handy for this whole decal shenanigans. If you know that if you know, for example, that you're only going to be using decals to do, like, damage effects, then you could just only use one of these channels to just drive that effect, in the material itself, and the material decides what to do with it. But then you could still use the base color for, like, normal decal stuff on other things, and also on, on your materials. You just have to manually add the base color if you were doing, a damage lerp sort of thingamajig. So, I mean, there isn't really much more to say about it. It is kind of a very niche system. There are, again, like I've explained, there's a few kind of hacky workarounds that you can sort of get. You can't have everything, It's like life. You can't have everything all at once. You have to make sacrifices, and that goes for, like, a lot of game dev effects and whatnot. It's usually, multiple options or multiple configurations, and it's up to you to choose, the configuration that best suits your project. So if these decal D's nuts D's buffers are suited for you, then I wish you all the best. I might use them for some stuff. I also might not. But anyway, that's going to be it for this video. I don't know what else I can say. That's about it, isn't it? So if you did learn something new, make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you do want to support monetarily, you can do so for as little as $1 per month in the Patreon, which is always linked in the description. Thanks to all the existing patrons. You guys make all of this stuff possible. And with that, we say goodbye. D's nuts. D's buffer. Oh, fuck. There you go. There's like fucking an hour and a half of footage. Alright, let's get back to work. Fucking filming videos. Lots of fun. I didn't mean goodbye to you guys. I meant goodbye to the YouTube video that we're filming. Is there anything that I need to add that I didn't cover for anyone that's been watching the whole time? Venice, what happens if you divide a number with 0? It'll just return infinity. Or return 0. Could use more D's nuts jokes? True. Decals, D buffer, D's nuts? I couldn't stop myself. Oh, actually, another thing I don't think I covered in the video. Do I have my old... Where's the classic? I just need to film one more thing. Now, decals are projected in a specific direction. So if they are, you know, not aligned properly, they will look absolutely garbage. And also you will need to adjust the bounds of them. Otherwise, they will leak onto, you know, other meshes. So, like, if I had, you know, something behind this wall, and I had the bounds, you know, really, really long, then it would leak onto, you know, the one in front and behind, and, you know, any geometry in between. So, again, that's just decals for you. That's just decals, D's nuts. There you go. So let's say I want to divide a number with position of the character. How should I deal with possibility of 0 for a single axis? Divide a number with position of the character. Well, you just have to... I don't know. I mean, like in Unreal, it just returns the maximum number. So, like, you know, dividing by 0 just returns big number. So, I mean, it's not going to crash the engine or anything. It's just, there's built-in safe checks for that kind of thing. So, yeah, you don't really have to worry about it. If you're worrying about how it will look, then you're probably doing the wrong thing. Alright, let's open up project again. Now that I'm in big mode. There we go. Need a silly fix, not a real one. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't see what dividing player's position would do. It would just mean that as they get further away from world origin, the number gets smaller, which might make sense, I guess. Yes, but okay. You could just... Well, no, because you can go into negatives, can't you? The camera doesn't move as much as the character. The camera doesn't move as much as character. But from the character's position, or do you mean the character's position relative to the camera? Character leaves 1,000 units, camera moves 500. So that would just be the character's position divided by 2. Or multiplied by 0.5. You know? You know? Yeah, and then character can be 0, because it just means that the camera would move 0 if the character's at world origin. And then as the character moves 100 units, the camera would move 50 units. And then as the character moves 10,000 units, the camera would move 5,000 units. You know? Those divide 0 by 2, it's infinity. No, you can divide 0, you just can't divide by 0. 0 divided by any number is just 0. It's when you have a number and 0 on the bottom that you get weird stuff. More like divide by these nuts. Sorry. Alright, let's get back to plugin land. Now that I've filmed that godforsaken vidya. Do I have like the... There we go. Oh. No, it's this one. No, is it? Wait, what's the... No, that's the water one. Jesus, what's this one? Oh, but I gave it the texture, which I didn't want to. Makes sense. Okay. Alright, plugin time! Let's see where we were. What were we freaking doing? We had the sandy stuff. We were sandy boy. We had water. Yeah. We had foliage, all good. We have wind. Also good. There's obviously something weird going on with the water. Where the water is... Yeah, not getting multiplied out. That should be getting multiplied by 0. Where there isn't any water stuff. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we'll fix that. And then we've got our wind over time stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, because that is rigged to the thing. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Desktop plugin. P. Plugin. P for plugin. Did I not have a notepad note for this? Or was it on sticky notes, maybe? No. Oh, alright, let's go to here. Desktop, sort by date. No. Well, I've forgotten my to-do list, so we're gonna have to something. We're just gonna have to wing it. What do we need? We need. I need to do the sample location without logic thingo. Cruise boy. Yeah, you can ask a question for sure. Oh, show. Faux shouts. Okay, so one thing... We don't need that anymore. Yeah, so we're going to need to do a separate... do I want to do it logicless? Because then I can just pass in a location. But how do I do... like, emitter stage? You know what, let's actually look at that first. I'm new to UE5, having a hard time getting brush for the landscape. You mean brush for the landscape? Like the landscape, to like paint the textures, or to like sculpt the landscape, or what specifically? Yeah, I can do emitter update scratch pad module. Yeah, so I can do it all in there. But I can't set... Well, I wouldn't need to set them. Because I'd read the resolution. That could be nice, actually. Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat real quick. Matter? Confused what this is compared to regular decals. So, the debuffer decals are, if I can find my meshes again. Let me just find a mesh. Wall, window. All right. Where did I put the stuff again? Here. Okay, so debuffer decals. You can use them to do anything. So a regular decal just prints, you know, its color and stuff onto the surface. But if you're using the deferred decal buffer, you can make them do anything. So, as an example, we can say that, you know, this texture usually prints, you know, my face to here. But for this material specifically, we can use it to change the texture of, you know, the stuff. So we can use it to, you know, apply damage to this specific material. So, like, for example, you might have some wood textures, and you might have some stone textures, and you might have some grass textures, and you can use the same bullet impact decal to apply damage to, you know, those locations, and the material will be the one that sort of handles, you know, what textures does it change into, and like what's the strength of it, and you can use height blend logic. Whereas with traditional sort of decal, you know, if we take like bullet holes, for example, you would have to, you know, do your line trace, get like the physical material, and then maybe in the physical material, or like a child class of physical material, you could store, you know, like a specific decal texture that would, you know, that would get drawn for that specific physical material. Obviously, if you've got like, you know, textures or like materials that are, obviously if you've got materials or textures that have different kind of material types in the same material, you know, it can be harder to do that. Like, you might end up with a bit of wood splintering on the stone part of that material. So this is just a way that, you know, you can do that sort of stuff all in the material rather than relying on external logic and that kind of thing. Yeah. I've got this stylized landscape I've downloaded, but don't know how to get it as a brush. It sounds like you could probably do with a refresher on landscapes in general. I do have a video, in fact, about Unreal Engine landscapes. Prismatic GameDev. Here we go. Share. Copy. And now I paste it into here. Here. Yeah, so that'll kind of teach you how to set up a landscape, you know, apply the landscape material to the landscape, and then how to, like, apply different layers and whatnot. So I hope that helps. Simon, when is Prismatica slated roughly for release/beta? Been eagerly anticipating for a while now. When it is ready for release/beta, which is not anytime soon. It's a very back-end heavy game, so you know, it's not a case of like how to put it. So let's say like a regular game, or like, you know, just another game might take like a year to get to a playable state, and then another couple of years to add content to it. And, you know, obviously you can start beta testing as soon as it's like playable. You know, you can give players like a gray box level and they can do shit and whatever. My game's kind of the opposite, where like the majority of it is systems, and then the content kind of makes itself at the end of it. So yeah. I will be putting together like some snapshots once like enough, you know, kind of interdependent systems are implemented. Like, for example, like combat relies on items, and items are the inventory. Then there's all of the, you know, the way that damage is calculated. It's not just like, oh, this sword does 10 damage. It's like, okay, this sword is, you know, it weighs this much, it's this long, it has this much leverage, it requires this much input strength, it outputs this much, you know, damage for these individual parts of the weapon. It's, you know, the blade is made of this material and the handle's made of this material. And, you know, even if it's physically simulated, it will still deal damage to, you know, characters and other weapons and props and foliage and all that kind of stuff. So, like, heaps of really interconnected things need to be finished before, you know, even the combat can really be tested. If that makes sense. Like, there's no point really testing the combat if the you know, if the underlying health system isn't implemented, because the health system and, like, you know, if you get your leg injured, then you move slower and you can attack less distance, or if your arm gets injured, then you can't, you know, swing your sword as fast or whatever. Like, that's like a core part of the game, of the combat. And so, like, if that isn't done, then the combat is like kind of just like, you can kind of just go crazy and kill someone whilst, you know, let's say I take 99% damage, but the whole limb and health system simulation isn't implemented. It, like, changes the complete, like, feeling of the combat, you know? Because, like, the aim of the combat is to dispatch your opponent without getting injured yourself. Because, like, you know, a game like Dark Souls, where it's like, you can just wail on someone and get down to, like, 1 HP and then heal up and then keep going. It's like the complete opposite of this, where it's more like, you know, every encounter could be your last, and even if you make it out alive, you might not make it out in, like, one piece. You might be missing some parts. So yeah, but I mean, once I get stuck back into it, obviously I'm working on this plugin at the moment to make a bit of cash and, you know, give something back to the people, and whatnot, and also just as a little break from development. Obviously, I'm going to implement this in Prismatica as well. But yeah, once this is done, I'll be able to sort of gauge where Prismatica's at a bit more accurately. Although usually after I take a break, I come back to a project and I'm like, okay, it's time to clean up and refactor everything. And then by the time I'm done cleaning up and refactoring everything and like giving everything, you know, a thing of polish, like I'm like, I wish I was working on something else. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I know a lot of people are excited about the game, and like not just the game, but like the I guess like the ethos behind the game, like the fact that it's sort of like an anti-game, where like I'm trying to break all of the conventions of video games, like, you know, having like zero graphical user interface, like everything is just represented in the world with like, you know, animations and shader effects and, you know, all that kind of stuff, and like the kind of hardcore simulation thing. I do want to like before I start working on the AI again, which means learning state tree, which will be fun. I need to. I might chat with Sov or like someone that's smart about like doing just about like the best way to like scale up the simulation stuff for like, you know, hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of characters that like actually inhabit the world and like simulate off screen at like a really low refresh rate, but like still actually doing stuff, which means the AI system has to be built in a way where we have like AI LODs in a way. So like, you know, an AI wants to I don't know, eat a sandwich. So, you know, their goal is find ingredients to make the sandwich. You know, okay, I don't have any ingredients in my house. I'm going to have to either go and buy some ingredients. I'm going to have to rob someone. I'm going to have to go and forage some ingredients. And then go and do that and whatever. There's like there's the actual in-game version where the character actually paths and goes and does the thing in real time. But then there's also I'm like, you know, they're like way off screen. So we can just say, okay, this is the expected outcome with all of the weights and stuff. Apply these changes, you know, as though it's been, you know, so, you know, deduct these ingredients from, you know, the vendor, add these ingredients to that character's inventory or household inventory, make the sandwich, eat the food, character's full, character's happier, and then next time we go and see them, they've had this really good sandwich and they can tell us about it, like, oh, I cooked this fucking epic sandwich yesterday. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. That's like, it's a weird example, but it would make more sense for like characters that are in your party. You know, maybe you go to a town and, you know, you split up and you meet back the next day and, you know, they actually go and do stuff and you can find them around, you know, the town or whatever, just doing their own things and blah, blah, blah. So, you know. Just realized watching the stream 20 minutes behind. True. No, that's all good. Yeah. A quest for the epic sandwich? Yeah, exactly, exactly. Akudo! Hello, hello. How's it going? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I filmed a video before. It was a bit of a doozy. It was about the deferred decals. It was a bit all over the place, but, you know, I got it done. I got it done. And now I'm just doing the plugin. The plugin. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do the thing with the stuff. Do you use root motion when you dodge or launch character? I use root motion, yeah. Launch is a bit unpredictable. So yeah, I use root motion for all that stuff. What to announce last? Ah, true. Yeah, fuck, I forgot about Discord. I'm so I can only ever do like maximum 2 things at once. So like I'm either streaming and doing real life stuff, or streaming and doing YouTube stuff, or I'm streaming and doing Discord, or streaming and doing real life stuff, or real life stuff and Discord. I can never. I'm too autistic to do more than even one thing at once. Like you have the 7, yeah, exactly. You're all over it. You are all over it. Okay, so how do I want to do this part? So one thing I could do, instead of doing the thinger, for the plugin demo, might be using default third-person character. Curious to see different angles without a locked camera. Yeah, I might do it with like the doing the starter templates, with like the third and first person. Possibly, yeah. Although I might just do it with my character because I've got like the ragdoll set up and all that kind of stuff. Which is like an actual important part of the plugin. So I don't know. I'm not looking forward to putting the actual demo level together. Bad at math, wondering how you implement math into code, or did you learn some math before attempting to do visual scripting? No, I just learned math after I started Unreal. It's kind of just, it's a matter of knowing what little parts of math you need in order to like make something happen, you know. Also Smoke 3D, yeah, absolutely. Go question, go. Do it. Do it. Alright, so we've got this location. We do the tile size and the resolution, which could be in the thinger. Then we have the offset, so that would also get calculated in the thinger. Then we have the render target position. But then we would have to instead have the... Well, we already have the resolution. Well, no, we have the tile size, but not the position. So either way, we'd have to have 3 different thingers. Maybe I could just do this. No, because then I'm doing the math twice when I don't need to. So we've render target. Well, no, because then we'd only need one render target position, and then in the material functions, we would quantize it. Yeah, let's do this. I guess. So if I do this, then we will see that the position is not quantized. So, you know, as we go 1 pixel over, it moves and then it snaps back, which isn't ideal, but that's what we're gonna implement in the thing. Implement in the thing. And then we can calculate the offsets in here. In here. Yeah. Double Moons, hello, hello. What resources would you recommend learning math fundamentals? Have you heard of schoolstuff.org? Pretty interactive. I would use Matt Wodstein's videos. His WTF series. Matt Wodstein? He basically, he's where I got the idea for the 5-minute materials videos from. It's like, it's just short videos about, you know, blueprint nodes instead of material nodes. So like, where is it? You know, actor components, debug nodes, engine features. Where's like all the math ones? Math. This is like this is the Unreal Engine Bible. Not basic collision, make literal. Utilities, I think it is. The utilities stuff. It's got AI, all the interp nodes, which I think are also in the utilities stuff. Tomatoes. Bum 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 bum. Okay, no, maybe that actually isn't the one I'm thinking of. Serial instance. Variables. Trying to think, like there's one, for example, like how do I get the distance between, you know, 2 thingos? Or like how do I make something face another thing? I can't remember what there's like that, yeah, the utilities transformations stuff. Anyway, good channel. Very good channel. It is in Unreal Engine 4 though, so like it might feel a bit dated, but like all of the thingos are like all of the knowledge is still there. Not sure if everybody asked before about a way to procedurally control left hand during reload animations. So find the clip location automatically. You said just using IK target and animation curve, which was a great shout. I was able to set this up with the IK rig node, and I can get the animation curve to affect the animation in the moments that I want. But when I pass the world location of the clip socket as the new IK target for left hand, it goes completely off the rails as if it was computing the left hand's location from 0. I posted a video in Discord animation channel. Any ideas why that's happening? I followed reaching target example and content examples, but it's not working for me. I tried to transform it to bone space, but whatnot, but I can't get the hand to go to the socket. In the node, if you click on the node, there should be something about the component space. Like, you should be able to choose between component space, bone space, world space, all that kind of stuff. So if you're passing in the location manually using get socket location, so like you've got your gun mesh that you're referencing, you know, somewhere, and using get socket location, the clip target thingo, that will be in world space. So in the IK node, you need to make sure that it is set to world space. Yeah. IK rig node doesn't have anything like that. Is that a control rig IK? Or maybe it's one of the new ones, actually. Let's have a look. IK. Oh. I've got a whole thing. Gotcha. Alpha, so it's got a rig definition. So you're probably doing it in here, which would... Otherwise I can set components by... Yeah. Okay, so what you could do is get the... You need to do it with the rotation as well. So you could get... let's just get mesh. I'll just get... Can I just get socket? So if you get socket, I'd have to get character mesh. Can I not fucking... Do I not store that anywhere? Oh no, we just have living bean. We get mesh from that. Okay. So imagine this is your gun. Can I like turn whatever the fuck that's on? So you've got your gun, get socket. If you get socket transform, no, that's not gonna help either. Okay, so let's just get socket location. That is if the... fuck, no, maybe you would want the transform. And you want it in world, because you know the rotation of the gun mesh might matter to like align it properly and whatnot. So you know, gun clip target, I guess. So pretend that's your gun. Then you could get your get transform. So you get the transform of your character, or your character's mesh, sorry. So that's like the origin of the character's mesh, which might be what the target, you know, is being thingoed in. Then you could transform... Make relative transform would have to take in... So get this relative to... the so okay, so this is saying get... Actually, no. Okay, no, let's do this. Component. So this is getting the socket transform of the socket relative to the gun mesh. Then we can say make this relative to our character's transform, and then use this to drive the IK. Because this value here would be like close to 0, because it's like, you know, the origin of the component and then the socket. So it's a very low number. And then we want that to be relative to our character's mesh transform. Or it might be the other way around, I'm not sure. Or there's the, like, the invert transform. No, that's wrong. No, never mind. It's make. No. Transform. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, you might have to just manually change the coordinate space using those nodes. All right, so what do we need to do in here? Ooh, this is a disaster. That's all good. I hope it helps. So I'm gonna have to get the position. Render target position, blah, 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 blah. Which I could just pass in manually, I guess. Or I could read it from... No, I'll read it from here, because that's actually easier than sending in a dude. Yeah, so let's go here. We're going to go user parameter. We are going... actually, no, maybe I... Fuck. So I want to read it from the parameter collection, or do I want to send it in manually? Sending it in manually means that we don't have to rely on the material parameter collection, but we have to rely on the material parameter collection anyway to do the resolutions and the sizes of the individual render targets to sample them. So if we're doing it anyway, then we may as well read from... No, we could do both. Actually, it's probably cheaper to read from a statically set variable. Okay, so we have the 2D well, actually, is it yeah, vector 2D render target location. And we have this bit of math here, which is getting the is that reciprocal of our resolution? So deform resolution, which I think is actually already a deform grid resolution, which is an integer, which does make a lot of sense. Who would have thought? So that's going to be remove fucking int32 deform. What was it? Deform. Fuck, what was it called? Deform grid resolution. There we go. Do you plan to have multiplayer in your game Prismatica? And if so, do you plan on implementing that in BP or C++? Then again, I know you just play C++. It already is multiplayer, actually. Co-op multiplayer. And it's all in Blueprint. You can't really do, like, Blueprint logic and then make it multiplayer in C++. You have to make it multiplayer wherever you've coded it. Because it's, like... You know, it's all linked to gameplay events and whatnot. So if you've made your, you know, ability system in Blueprint, then all of your replication functions have to be in Blueprint. And because you've defined all your variables in Blueprint as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big Blueprint enjoyer. Big time. Wait, what do I actually call that? Grid size world space. Okay, so that's just grid size world space. Full enough on BP. Yeah, I don't drop below 120 FPS, so usually if you are if your game is running poorly, it's because you coded it badly. Yeah, that's it, really. Like, if you think about it, for like 99% of gameplay stuff, it's event happens. You know, you play an animation or something, and there's an output. You know, you hit something and you deal damage or whatever. The initial, you know, what animation do I play? You know, handle the input or the blah blah blah. That only happens for one frame, so it doesn't really matter if it's in Blueprint or C++, because like no one's gonna know that, you know, the frame time was like a split second lower for that one frame. If it is at all, you know, the GPU is probably the bottleneck. As for like playing an animation, that it doesn't matter if you call it from Blueprint or call it from C++, the animation system is its own thing. And it will run, you know, like you know, evaluating like the rotation of the bones and stuff is all in C++, but you can call play animation from Blueprint, for example. Obviously, if you're doing like animation calculation logic, like, oh, what's my current speed and the distance between my hand and the other thing and whatever, you know, that would be done in Blueprint and being evaluated every frame. But even then, the animation gets done on a second thread. So yeah. So yeah, usually if your CPU bottlenecked for some reason, you know, whether it's in C++ or Blueprint, something is going wrong. You know, like, yeah, okay, you could brute force it by rewriting it all in C++, and maybe you would meet your target performance. But more likely, it's just that there's something wrong with the underlying code. In fact, you could use Blueprint as like a limitation in order to write better, more performant, you know, code. By having that little handicap. Do you have self-doubt when you're first learning Unreal a few years back? If so, how'd you deal with it? I mean, not really. I mean, I think people just need to know that you're not going to be an expert on day one. And you might never be an expert ever. But if you enjoy the learning process and you enjoy, you know, discovering all of the cool shit that you can do, then, you know, that's what matters. I feel like there should be a way to view C++ as Blueprint, or you mean the other way around? I want to convert a lot of stuff to C++, but I prefer it in Blueprint view. Yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, 'cause I know that, like, they used to have a nativization thing that would compile the Blueprint into C++ so that it didn't have to run in, like, the Blueprint virtual machine layer. I don't know if that's still what they do. Because, like, it used to work, but there used to be, like, errors and stuff, and you couldn't actually debug them because it was just all completely gibberish, you know, code that, like, worked, but it didn't work or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think, like I have confidence that they'll bring it back, or, like, they'll find a better way to do it where, you know, Blueprint will be basically on par with C++ once it's, like, you know, once the game's packaged and whatnot. Because, like, that's, like, the whole goal of Unreal Engine is to just bring more people to their platform so that everyone knows how to use Unreal Engine, and then, because everyone has experience in Unreal Engine, then more big studios will move to Unreal Engine and whatever. And so, you know, yeah, if they, yeah. Someone somewhere is working on a way to just boost Blueprint performance, for sure. Because, like, Unreal Engine's literally designed around Blueprint. Like, even if it's, like, you know, creating a child class of a C++ class to, like, just set different default variables, like, that's still in Blueprint and whatever. But yeah. I feel the best thing with Unreal Engine is that I'm actually progressively learning the engine versus Unity with 50 different frameworks which are out of date and have compatibility. Yeah. That's one thing that I heard a lot about Unity, like, even despite all the, like, before all the Unity drama and whatever, was still that, like, Unity was a bit like, higgledy-piggledy. Like, yeah, you had to rely on a bunch of different, you know, like, you know, Unity's got multiple rendering pipelines, which can completely change how you do shit. And, like, I don't think Unity has, like, an inbuilt, you know, character movement component. Or, like, you know, like physical animation. Unity doesn't have a built-in physical animation system. You'd have to either get a plugin or, like, a different framework or whatever just to do that. But then it's like, okay, well, does this work with this animation thing? It's like, ugh. So, yeah, Unreal's Unreal Engine's almost like how, like, it's like when you get games on, well, when you used to get games on consoles, You knew that the game would run well because it was made for that console. And like, you know, the console has a specific, you know, hardware. There's no like weird variations with like AMD versus Intel versus, you know, fucking Nvidia shit. It's just like, we know what the hardware is. We're going to make sure that it works and everything works together, and that's it. And that's kind of like what Unreal is. It's like Unreal has these, you know, proprietary systems that are just the default, and you can change them out, but you know at least that they're all going to interact well with one another, and there's not going to be any like weird incompatibilities and stuff. Would you recommend someone who just wants to make games to use Blueprint? I feel learning to actually code would be beneficial, but if you're not having fun, then what's the point? Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that's why I use Blueprint, just because it's a lot more fun. And just easier. And I feel like I would just get tired of, you know, text-based coding, like, really quickly. And then I'd just, you know, I wouldn't get anything done. All right, let's go back to 2D. We were getting the deform tile size. Divided by the reciprocal of the resolution. Bam. And then we were... Oh, sorry, no, multiplied by. Probably move that up. Nice. So we're going to get this divided by this float output. That's a fucking multiply. Divided by float output there, and then we floor it and add that, and then multiply that by the this. And that gives us our... So that'll give us our movement per... That's deform location. Wait, where are we setting that deform location? Oh, because we set that here, which is that plus the pixel offset. So this is giving us the pixel offset, which we don't necessarily need, do we? We just want to get the position quantized to these values. Also, does floor... With a negative number, does floor bring it down to the lower yeah, it probably would, wouldn't it? It's not like it would be round. We don't get like round with options. It should just be rounds a to the nearest integer lower than a. Yeah. EZ. Let me actually just, let's go print. And I'm just gonna see this value here. So yeet that in there. All right, so we should get our stuff. Okay, so that's telling us how many pixels. Or is that units in... You know, okay, that's how many thingos it is. How many pixel units it is. So then if we multiply that by the thing, that should give us the actual world units. So we're at -36, and we're going in increments of 6. No, 8. Yeah, 8. Wait, 4. Yeah, 8. Okay. Which makes sense because our thinger... Yeah. Because 8 centimeters equals 1 pixel of our thingamajig. I forget why we do plus 0.5. Oh, because we could just use round. No, we couldn't. Could just use round without that. Possibly. YOLO. Okay, so if we just floor plus... you know, I'll do it exactly how it is for now. Plus 0.5 and then multiply by this. Fuck off. By this. And that should give us our... That will give us our location in world space that we are currently... That this particular grid is at relative to our thinger. So then what we want to do... So we're going to set this as the... But how do I... I mean, I could just do this CPU side and then set the location for each thinger. Because we need location, we need world space size. Then we wouldn't have to do any... So if we do it this way, we'd need the resolution and the size and the location. But it would be one location. Fuck, I can't decide. I've like choice paralysis. I could do this stuff in the Niagara, but then I'd have to do extra stuff in the material. Or I could do it all in the CPU, which isn't a big deal because there's only like 3 of these. And then I just have to pass in 3 different location values. Which I could then just... You know, I'll just do it CPU side, because we have access to all of the resolutions and the sizes in the manager. So, yeah, no, you know what? Let's do it that way. So... That means this is gonna... Oh, God. Although we run into weird stuff like this, where we have to use the previous position to do this, because the Niagara system runs a frame behind, whereas if we were doing it in here, we wouldn't have to do this, but... YOLO. That also means we have to check different pixel... Well, no, we could just compare Because then I have to do a bunch of stuff in the emitter updates, which I can't be fucked doing. Nah, fuck it. We'll just do it this way. This is fine. Hashtag fine. Right, so now all of our stuff is fine. We don't get any jitter. We're back to square uno, which is good. But we want to... It's not like this, right? So do I actually send in the pixel offset this frame, not previous frame? Okay. So I don't need this anywhere. Probably. I mean, if I just don't set that, do we get any funkaliciousness stuff? Cool, that all works fine. Do you plan to have a dismemberment system? If so, would you have dismemberment that you can survive if you have an arm cut off? Yes, but maybe not for the player? I mean, we can always have, like, regrowing limbs. Or, like, you know, attaching other people's limbs. Although you'd get weird stuff with, like... Yeah, maybe not that far. Because then we'd have to do, like, different skin tones for different limbs and shit. That'd be a nightmare. But it's very possible. Like, we can just say this limb is unusable. So then, you know, you can't use it to two-hand a weapon, or you can't use it to pick something up, or you can't equip something into it. Same with, like, legs. We can say, oh, this leg is literally unusable, so we're going to be limping on it, or crawling, or something. So it's definitely possible. And, like, the way that I was thinking... I need to eventually do... I mean, I need to overhaul the animation system in general, but... I need, like, a kind of global character tags container for, like... just, like, general tags and stuff to then use as, like, exclusions for certain things, like... let's say there's like an idle animation, or just a bunch of idle animations, and one of them is for a character to like pick their nose or something. If they've got a helmet that has a visor, then they shouldn't be able to do that animation. They shouldn't be able to pick their nose if they've got a helmet on. Or they shouldn't be able to, you know, scratch their head if they're missing their right arm or something. So that would all factor into there as well. So, like, you know, if we go to open a door and you're missing this arm, and maybe it's just made invisible or something, the character won't reach out with their invisible arm and, like, force open the door with magic. So, yeah. Lots of considerations. I'm always thinking ahead, you know? I'm always thinking very far ahead. Yeah, I wonder if I can just round these. To the nearest integer. Let's just see if that works. It might not. It might be off. Okay, that does work, so that saves us one little bit. Oh, actually, no, I don't know if it works. Where's world origin? It's right there. Fantastic. Okay, good, it does work. Can you do... No, you can't do operators. It's a rounded vector too. Gets this vector as a vector where each component has been rounded to the nearest int. Oh. Interesting. Can I divide this by a number? Yes. So we could just do that, and then yeet, and then yeet, and then this. Very handy. Cool. Alrighty, that's a lot cleaner. Yeah, the only problem is that I have to use the fucking previous position. Because if I use the current location, we get some jiggle. Because the Niagara runs the frame behind. Yeah. I wonder if there's a way to... let's see. Event graph. Class settings. Tick. No, class defaults. Tick group. Post physics. It shouldn't really matter, but... Yeah, no. It would have to be post fucking graphics, which is not how this works. That's annoying, because that means that I have to... Well, no, because we're doing the location like this, rather than... fuck it, it's fine, it's fine. Print target LED resolution. So let's just call this... fuck. Deform. LED 0 resolution. This is deform LED 0 size WS. This is not render target position. This is now deform RT location. Delta time is delta time. Wait, why do I need delta time in here? Is that for CPU delta time? Because maybe the GPU thing didn't... No, that shouldn't need to be there. I'll keep it there anyway. Okay. So we have 3 variables per thing. Wait, why do we need... yeah. Wait, do we? Resolution, size. Why do we need that in the materials? Frontman, hello, hello. On both platforms. Yeah, because we just use the location and the size, not the resolution. We only use the resolution in other places. And the... Yeah, okay, so we can actually yeet the resolution into oblivion. Now this is getting angry because why? Because we were... Oh, because I was using that to do a blur distance thing. Okay, no, so maybe we'll keep that. Well, no, that would only matter if... Yeah, no, fuck that. We don't need it. Well... I'll keep it in there, fuck it. Is my music? This is just the old school RuneScape soundtrack. Alright, what was this doing? Oh god. Just, yeah. Okay. Oh, fuck. What's that going to? Deform. Okay, because I changed the name of it. Easy. Tile size. Resolution. Bam. So I want to set this up in a way where it's easy to just add more buffers. So I'm just going to yeet that out. Don't need it anymore. Pixel offset this frame. This should be called deform. Pixel offset. Doesn't even need to say this frame. There we go. Alright, let's see. Wind cancel pulses, deform cancel pulses. Deform pixel offset, deform location. And then we've got the deform previous location. I will call that location. We're going to move that right there. We're going to move that right there. Very good. Pixel offset previous frame we don't need. We've got all of our input arrays. We've got the wind component array, which goes right. Well, let's put that there. This there as dividers. We've got just a random vector4 variable. Do not need. Okay, so we've got the deform resolution, deform tile size. This resolution should probably be an integer, because we're actually going to use it to do shit. But now we're going to get upset because, oh fuck, it has to be a... Okay, you know what? It's going to be a float. Do you know how to make music semi-automatic like the Orchestra Complete VST? Not really, no. And I wouldn't really want to either. Does Orchestra Complete just take all of your like piano inputs and just, you know, split them to go into all the different sections and stuff? All right, let's get these variables and wind, tile size, tile size, size. There you go. Wind resolution and the wind location, and the wind, I guess we need wind previous location. And the offset, wind, cell, offset. Cool. Bigger, hello. Welcome to the YouTube stream. Well, we've got YouTube and Twitch, you know, so. God, it's 3 a.m. already. Are there any other initials? Grid size, world space. Well, the resolutions obviously need to be. So this is calculate. I'm going to make a wrapper called calculate positions and offsets. And then this is going to call calculate position, but this is going to now be called calculate deform position. Bam. And then we're just going to duplicate that to calculate wind position, in which we will just replace these with the wind variables. And then this is going to be a new one called wind RT location. Hello doesn't work, just buy a new one. That's right. Hello, Hellcat. Hello, welcome. Hello, hello. Hello. Alright, so we need a new one called... I don't need that delta time. I'm like 90% sure. So this is now wind, size, world space, and wind resolution. Resolution? Resolution. There we go. And then we need the wind... Wind RT location. Cool. Right, we don't have to do that anymore. Right, set up initial params. We do that thing. We need to just do that for the wind thing. I'll do the water later, but we'll just do this for now. So this would be the wind tile size. And the... Oh, wait, no, hold on. I'm dumb as fuck. It's just that and that. Wind tile size. Now, the way I wanted to do the render targets is the render targets need to be scalable. I also want this to, I mean, it's probably something I'll do down the line, but I want this to be able to change at runtime. So, like, people can have in their game settings, like, you know, environment interaction quality or something, and the resolution of the footprints would just decrease or increase. Which I'd probably just call this again, and it would literally just set it up again, but with the new values. So that's actually not a big deal. That's actually pretty easy. So that just sets initial parameters. We'd actually, before that, need to set up create render targets runtime. No, wait, no, we can't fucking... Oh. That's cringe. Hold on. Because the materials are referencing the static textures, like the render targets as they are. So how would we... Hi there, random question, but do you know what diffuse indirect lighting is and why it destroys all my friends' low-end PCs when I send them builds? Diffuse indirect lighting. That would be like ray tracing, like atmospheric scattering. So like diffuse indirect lighting. Yeah, so from the sound of it, it's like when you've got fog. Let's say I've got fog, or like atmospheric fog or whatever, and I shine a laser through it, then some of the light from that laser would actually scatter through the fog and light up the surroundings. Kind of like how like a key light, or like a, you know, one of these. Like I've got an umbrella. So like without the umbrella, imagine the umbrella is the fog, right? And so I've got like this harsh shadow here, but then diffuse it. In the hole. Fuck. When it's diffused and it's got a bigger surface area, then you know, I've got these nice smooth shadows that kind of wrap around my ugly ass face. So yeah, it just sounds like just ray tracing in general is killing low-end PCs, which makes sense because like Lumen isn't built for low-end PCs in Unreal Engine, or just ray tracing in general. When we set resolution... Oh, no, I can... No, that's for the grid resolution, but the render targets can only use... Yeah, they can only take in a static. Inherit user parameter settings. Enable texture parameters, size, etc. are taken from the user-provided render target. No valid user parameter is set, and the system will be invalid. No, the resource will be recreative UAV. Access is not available, which will reset the contents. But I don't want to have to fucking... Can I set resolution? Is there any way I can turn it down and make it toggleable for people? It stays there when I turn off ray tracing in settings. Are you turning off ray tracing or are you turning off Lumen? Because Lumen can exist outside of hardware ray tracing. Because Lumen can do just software ray tracing. And then it can be hardware ray tracing accelerated. So ensuring that Lumen is like completely disabled would get rid of it. And you can do that at runtime with like the quality settings and stuff, wherever they are. I can't remember. Yeah, just make sure you turn off Lumen as well. Because Lumen is, yeah, it uses ray tracing, but it's not just ray tracing. It does like some screen space stuff to fill in gaps and whatnot. But yeah. Can I set render target? No. Can I do it in here? Default, blah, blah, blah. Emitter, render target. Set RT. Grid 2D init RT. What do you do? Size. That isn't a variable. Useless. Alright, what about RT? Texture. Nah, how can I do... that's annoying. How can I do these at runtime? Because I could create... No, but then I can't set them in the thingos. Do you recommend a specific lighting method instead of Lumen? There seems to be weird black spots when I try the others and build lighting. Yeah, just like dynamic lighting. Like dynamic directional light and dynamic skylight. I mean, that's what I do at least, and I don't have any issues with it. Which is just like, yeah, cascade lighting and distance field ambient occlusion. I mean, it depends on what kind of game and like vibe you're going for. Wind grid resolution. Default grid resolution. Is that what I'm doing in here? No, that's the size world space. But then there's so much fucking setup in here. I hate it. Set int param. Set Niagara variable int 32. There we go. Deform grid resolution. No, what was it? Deform grid resolution. That's it. So let's do sequence this. Do all of our deform stuff, then all our wind stuff, then all our water stuff. So then you're going to get deform resolution, round, and then yeet into there. Try to make an FPS that can run on most low-end PCs. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I'd use static baked lighting for sure. Yeah. I mean, it depends if you want like a dynamic night and day system. Option to use built lighting but still use lumen reflections. That's true, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of hybrid setups you can go with nowadays, which is fun. Very fun, very funky. Oh. Alright, then wind grid resolution. Ow, no, what did I do? What the fuck? Fuck off viewport. Okay, so the initial params, do the ticking, do the stuff. We've got the, what did I call that thing? Calculate positions and offsets. And then in here, we were doing the calculate deform position, calculate wind position, blah, 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 blah. And then it sets the thing. Well, I mean, these setters here should probably just be getting done in these, you know? So then as we add more thingos, they can set their own variables and shit. So yeah, fuck that shit. Let's go to calculate wind thingers. Yeet, yeet. Get the wind. Pixel offset. You go there. You go there. You go there. We have the wind location. This is the wind grid location and the wind grid pixel offset. And that is the wind RT location. Cool. Very good, very good. Does YouTube chat even read Twitch chat? Well, yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee. For those of you on YouTube, and Twitch. If you look here, I've got both the chats on screen at once. Right, so this should be broken. Yep, good, good, good. That is good. So now I just need to rename a bunch of variables. Ah, oh, fuck. Get grid location world space. Oh, that uses inputs, so that's grid location. So that should now be... Oh, that should now be deform. Fuck. That should now be... Oh, well, no, we haven't named them yet. So grid location is now deform grid location. This is now deform grid pixel offset. So that actually does do it. This should be deform grid size world space. Bam, bam. So that should all be fine. And that should all be getting set in here. Deform grid location, deform grid pixel offset. And then the deform... Wait, deform grid location. What was the other one? Resolution, which gets set at the start. Gotcha. Huh? Alright, let's see if this works again. Nope. As expected. So what am I not setting? We're doing all of these. We're setting these on the Niagara. Grid location, grid pixel offset. Grid location. Grid size world space. I don't know if I'm setting actually. In the initials. Deform grid size world space. Deform grid size world space. Deform grid size world space. Okay. Oh, these are... That's the pixel location world space. Anything that's getting stuff from stat context will need to be double checked. Offset pixels, pixel... Yeah, oh wait, no, because that's using an input, which is deform pixel grid offset. Deform resolution... We're not actually using, we're just hard-coded. Jordan, check my emails. I will at some point. One day. Deform grid resolution. Deform grid resolution. 512. Tile size 4K. Let's see, are we getting anything in here? No. They should all still be getting reference. Well, yeah, it's the drawing that's the issue at the moment. Get grid location world space. Let's see. Grid location... Give us a pixel location world space. Cool. So where have I cocked this up? The grids are blah blah blah. Yep. That's all fine. That's fine. Actually, maybe let's just set that to hard-coded for now. Oh, there we go. So what was that variable? The variable must have been named incorrectly. Deform grid resolution. Deform grid resolution. And that is a resolution. Deform grid resolution int 32. Deform grid resolution. Deform grid resolution. Resolution. Set. Yeah? On begin play. Deform resolution. 512. Rounded. In there. What's the fucking problem? Deform grid resolution. Eh? Did I just have to refresh it? Oh, I just had to refresh it. Right. So then if I, in here, set it to be different, like, I don't know, half res, then we should get issues, but it should still be drawing. Well, it's probably drawing in the wrong location. Oh no, I can see some funk. Uptown funk me up. Let's go like double resolution, which will be 4 times as much juice. Yeah, so it's going to offset improperly because reasons. Cool. Okay, so that does work. 512. Okily dokily. So I wonder what the actual issue was. Who knows? Who cares? Let's go to our wind grid. Wind. Render target. Let's put you at 256. Size. Pardon me. Set wind resolution is wind grid resolution. We go to the wind tile size, same size, but we go to the wind resolution, and that can be 256. Then I think our wind should work now, but at a lower resolution. But the offset is being applied as though it is the big boy. Now, why would that be? Well, wherever the wind offset is being figured out. Wind... Offset wind pixels. You are not using the actual stuff. So we've got the wind size world space here, and the resolution here. That's supposed to be an integer, isn't it? Wind. Yeah, fuck. Can I? No, I have to remove it. Remove pin. Add in 32. Wind resolution. Int. I have to clean that up. There we go. Rename. Fuck. Rename. Bam, bam, bam. You go into there. Apply. Back to here. Wind resolution is wind resolution. I can just use the wind grid resolution, can't I? And the wind size. Wind size world space. Do I have any size? To form grid size world space. Well, that'll work for now. Right, so this should now jitter, but it shouldn't be, it shouldn't move. Son of a bitch. Interesting. But yeah, so I have to use the other thing in the sample wind. In here, you're gonna do this. You should be using the wind RT location and the wind size world space. And that might work. Nope. Why are you offsetting? Maybe it's that fucking input variable. Offset wind pixels. Alright, let's just hard code this to be that and that and see if it works now. Because it should be technically work. Why are you doing this? Is there something where I'm applying it using the wrong position? I don't know. Anyway, I'm getting really hungry, so I'm probably gonna wrap it up. I hope that everyone had fun. We filmed a video. It was very good. We did a great job. I'm gonna edit that and upload it at some point. I have a question. When you get stuck, like catastrophically stuck, I'm talking full demoralization, how do you keep going, or worse, bored with the project? So I think if you get bored with the project, it's time to start a new one. Because if you really want to do something, like it's one thing to feel demotivated, but if you feel bored with it, then that's kind of different, you know. Like if you want to make a game but you're bored of this one, then it's not the game that you should be making. If you want to make this game but you just, you know, you can't find the motivation, or you know, or whatever, then that's different, because you know, because that means you want to be doing this but you just mentally or physically can't at the moment. Whereas being bored of it means you don't want to do that, you know? So slight difference. If you are bored of, I mean, if you're bored with the project or just game development in general, then try something different, I guess. And maybe come back to game development, you know, when you're feeling more better about it. Writer's block versus solo center. Yeah, exactly. If you are like let's say you've run into a brick wall and you just can't, you know, figure this thing out, or you know, you encountered like a catastrophic bug and you know that you're gonna need to do like a huge refactor, which is gonna take like a whole week, and you just can't bring yourself to like start doing it, then that's like the perfect time to like work on something else within the same project. So like maybe learn, you know, if you're doing like coding and stuff, and you know, there's some bug or some thing that you just can't bring yourself to start doing, then maybe start doing like the character modeling, or like some props, or like maybe set up like a really nice looking test level so that you can show off the game to people, you know, if you're like streaming or posting on social media and shit. So that, you know, then when you do start to feel better and you can tackle that, you know, that problem that you were brick-walled with, you know, you've still made more progress. Like, you know, you had to make characters at some point, so you may as well just do it now while you're stuck on some other thing. Because, like, really, really commonly, when you're stuck on a problem, or like you can't make a decision, or you know, whatever, it will like resolve itself when you're not actively thinking about it. It's like when you like, you go to say a word, but you can't remember what that word is. It's like a specific word and it means this and it's similar to that word, but I can't think of what it is. If you keep trying to remember it, you won't remember it because you're firing off like the same neural circuit every single time that you try to recall that thing. It's only when you stop thinking about it that you'll remember, oh yeah, it was this word that I was thinking of. So yeah, taking a break and you know, doing other stuff, or just, you know, playing video game, like take a few hours to just play a video game or something, and you'll likely, you know, find the motivation or solve the problem while you're not actively thinking about it. And then I guess there's like overall motivation as well. Like I can't bring myself to open, you know, the engine or something. At which point, like, you kind of need to manufacture your own motivation, because like you could just say, okay, yeah, just get good, just do it. But like, not everyone has that much discipline. I don't have that much discipline. Like, definitely not. Which is why I only stream every second day, because all the days in between, I just can't do anything, because you know, I'm just built different. You know? So yeah, if you're suffering like from just general motivation, and you're not like a super like, you know, if you were the kind of person in school that did their homework at the last minute, like I was, or just didn't do their homework full stop, then, you know, doing something like posting on YouTube or posting on Reddit, or asking, you know, in a Discord for like advice or feedback, or, you know, start streaming or something. And, you know, streaming's really good, because when you start the stream, like it you know, if you just push the start stream button, then there's no turning back past that point, you know? So if you can bring yourself just to that point, you know, even if you press start and then you go and make yourself a cup of coffee or something, you know, then you're locked in, and you have to do it. So, and that's how I stay motivated, is like streaming and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. I guess the other thing that helps me, like, working on Prismatica, is also doing the YouTube videos that are like unrelated on the side. So like the materials videos and the tutorials and stuff, which aren't actually, they're like Prismatica adjacent, but they're not related to Prismatica. That's always good, because, like, you know, I'm still flexing my brain muscles and doing relevant stuff, like, you know, exploration of systems and whatever. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I'm a part of a community outside of my game, you know? That makes tool. If that makes sense. Sorry, I read tools and I said, if that makes tool. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing, because like, if every single person post it on YouTube. And like, obviously not everyone wants to, you know, put their work out there at the moment. But like, you know, I like some people would post, you know, a little snippet of what they're working on, and like, you know, no one would really see it. Which could be demotivating, you know, if you're just putting stuff out there and no one's really responding to it. Which can be kind of scary, you know. But, you know, you just gotta take the plunge, have fun, be yourself. Have fun and be yourself. Be nice to yourself. Be nice to others. Love thy neighbor as thine self-love. Kind of the question, was the Atlas complex generated by SoloDev or being in charge? Atlas complex. What's an Atlas Atlas complex? Or is that a spell? I don't know. I'm confused. I'm Confucian. I'm guessing it's like a... Oh, right. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, like... Ugh. Who am I? Ooh. Yeah, no, I get you. Right. So when you're a solo dev and you've got all of this stuff that needs to be worked on at some point, so you've got the animation and the animation and the shaders and the gameplay logic and the marketing and, you know, PR shit. Yeah, no, I totally get you. I mean, this is what I tell people when they're learning and stuff. They're always like, "What should I learn in Unreal Engine first?" It's like, I always just say, whatever you want to learn first. You know, do you want to do animation or shaders or the gameplay shit and whatever? Like, you don't have to learn everything all at once and apply everything all at once. You can do little bits. You can learn little bits. It's when the crush comes off that it's like, what do I do now? Because I don't want to go back under the weight. Yeah, no, I feel that. That'll be me as soon as I'm done with this plugin, and I'll get back to the, you know, I'll open up the Prismatica stuff and I'll be like, where the fuck am I? Like, what am I doing? What, you know. But I'll do it on stream, so that means that I have to do stuff. But yeah, like, I mean, you can always answer any question about self-doubt or like motivation with, like, you know, just do it. Just do it. You know? That's always an answer. It might not be the best but you know. If a dev feels pressure in a zero viewer stream, does the pressure actually make a sound? Here's a question. If a developer has 0 viewers and they feel pressure, if the pressure, like, if they then get 1 viewer does that mean that, because going from 0 to 1 isn't like an infinitely, do you know what I mean? Like going from 1 to 2 is like a 200% increase. Going from 1 to 5 is a 500% increase, or going from 2 to 4 is a 200% increase. But going from 0 to 1 is an infinite percent increase. So does that mean that the developer would then generate enough pressure to collapse the universe back in on itself, like slow down cosmic expansion and create like a, you know, a giga black hole, and then generate a new Big Bang, a new rapid expansion, therefore becoming the best developer in cosmic existence because they literally created the universe again? That would be, well, okay, if it was outward pressure, because usually when you're feeling pressure, you're feeling an inward pressure. But I guess that's because your surroundings are denser, they're pushing down on you. So if you then increase that, I don't know. Maybe you'd create an infinitely dense white hole. Like a repulsive, you know, like a white hole. Am I overexposed, or is it just... No, I look fine. I look nice and lit. It's lit. It's lit. Think of a sun pressure reactions keeping it from collapsing. That's true. That's true. Okay, well, what if a developer was feeling the gravity of the situation with 0 viewers, and then 1 viewer joined the chat? That would be an infinite increase in gravity at that point, which would destroy the universe. Yeah, gravity technically has an infinite extent. It's just negligible past a certain point. So yeah, if the gravitational force was infinite, then the entire universe would instantly collapse in on itself. So does it leave? Yeah, okay. So maybe 0 viewers starts with the maximum amount of pressure, and then the more people that come and hang out, so it's like pressure divided by number of viewers plus 1. Because obviously, if it was 0, you would die. It would be infinite. Anyway, I'm really hungry. I'm gonna make some nachos, because I'm a hungry boy. Having those 4 a.m. nachos, fuck yeah, boy! Real degen hours. Do you guys like eating after 3 a.m. at night? Or do you guys have lives? Man, it would suck to have a life. You do? Let's do some fucking Legolas here. Maybe you have to cook. I love cooking. I don't know if you guys... I used to be like a chef. Like before I was a audio engineer, before I was a game developer / content man. I love cooking. Cooking's so good. Cooking is fantastic. FNAF-tastic. Let's do like a little... How's that look? Can't see shit. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, nice. I feel like a fucking elf. I feel like an elf man. Ethan Chlebowski. I think I've seen some of his videos. Is he the red-headed fella? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen his videos. Also, another good cooking YouTuber is... I've forgotten his name. He's like he looks Italian, but he speaks American. What the fuck's his name? Adam Ragusa. Adam Ragusa. He does like, yeah, some good kind of cooking tips and tricks. Little, 10-minute videos about what's the best way to make a fucking oil, chili, garlic pasta. All that kind of stuff. Tragan, hello. Never seen you live before, but I work in game dev. Your tutorials are how me get into Unreal Engine. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And I'm glad that you find them handy. Very, very handy, very appreciated. Reese Smith. Love his content, but he gives me weird vibes. Serial killer-esque. That's called autism. Yeah, I completely, I get that. I look in the mirror every day and I think, fuck, this guy's gonna fucking kill me. This guy's gonna kill me. So yeah, I totally get that. It's the eyes, isn't it? It's the eyes. I'm worse in real life because I can't make eye contact with people. I can look into a camera, but like, maybe I look past the camera. I don't know. Look like Legolas from Lord of the Rings out here. Yeah, that was kind of the vibe check. Look at my sweet dandruff because I've got fucking psoriasis. Any psoriasis enjoyers in the chat? Any crippling skin conditions in the chat? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I have it too? Damn. I feel sorry for you. I empathize. Actually, no, I sympathize. I don't know if I'm capable of empathizing. Sympathize is is like a logical to understand and care about someone's problem. There you go. That's sympathize, whereas empathize is a would be to share the feelings of another. There you go. Difference. Khalad Aludar. Hello. Sorry if I butchered your name. How'd you learn Unreal? Find the understanding in Unreal is pretty advanced. I don't have serial killer look. I've seen worse. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I do a lot of sort of incremental learning. So like learn You know, like, I don't know if you guys have it outside of Australia, but we've got this thing in Australia called pay-as-you-go tax, where your employer will withhold tax on your behalf based on your, like, a percentage of your income and whatever. So you don't have to, like, worry about paying tax. You can just claim your tax back at the end of the year. Anyway, so it's called PAYG. What I call my learning method, LAYG, L-A-Y-G, learn as you go. So learn what you need to learn at that point, and nothing more, nothing less. And then, yeah, that's it. So if you want to learn about character movement, then learn about character movement and just focus on that. And then, you know, eventually when you need animations for your character and whatever, then you can learn animations. And then when you need to create an actual character for the game, then you learn character modeling and texturing and the shaders with the pokey and the man. Yeah. So, just, yeah, bit by bit. Didn't butcher my name. Amuse you pronounced it pretty well compared to my uni doc. There you go. There you go. So from oily skin. No, my skin is my skin's usually dry, but my hair goes oily. My scalp goes oily. I used to be an oily boy, like in high school. I was a little grease monkey. Like I had like acne and you know, pimples and whatever. And then I stopped playing video games. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, and then yeah, I'm like pretty. Yeah, no, I'm pretty good at the moment. Yeah. I mean, I got into a habit of like washing my face literally every like few hours. Like if I make food and wash my hands, then I'll wash my face as well. You know, if I use the bathroom, wash my hands, wash my face. If I don't know. If I just feel like a sweat. I mean, like I've got like, I always have like a little hand towel that's always damp, ready to go to just like clean my hands and shit in case I'm eating Doritos, or, you know, just wash my face down and that kind of shit. But yeah, the oil's there for a reason. It's, if you overwash your face, then you'll get really, well, you'll either exacerbate it because your body will compensate for, you know, it's like, fuck, I'm so fucking dry. Like, I'm just gonna squirt oil out of my pores, you know? We're gonna be shooting out oil jets. And then it can take a while for that to sort of recover again. Particularly with, like, hair. If you overwash your hair, or you use, like, a shampoo that's too harsh for your hair and scalp type and all that, and, you know, frequency and all that shit. So... yeah, your body is, like, pretty... Your body can go to, like, extremes to balance itself, but the actual, like, reaction time of it is very delayed. Like, it can take... Like, I know some people that don't use shampoo. Like, they stop using shampoo entirely. And after, like, you know, they'd still wash their hair with water and shit. But after, like, 4 weeks, their hair was, like, pretty good. I don't think I could ever go with shampoo because I've got really bad psoriasis and dandruff, so I have to use my Head and Shoulders 2-in-1, you know. I love 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner and fucking dandruff treatment. So good. So good. Never eat in my room, always eat in the kitchen. Don't know how people eat and touch their keyboards and my side. Yeah, see, I always eat at my desk. Like, always. But like I said, I've got a selection of damp towels to wash my hands with. Although, like, if I like have like Doritos or like biscuits and shit where like they get mega greasy, I'll go and actually wash my hands. But you know, I don't mind eating near my setup. Any good recommendations for audio specific stuff for Unreal mainly? C++ wanted to work on creating multiple listeners for acoustic measurements, but audio coding resources seem lacking online. That's a good question. Multiple listeners for acoustic measurements, audio coding resources. So do you mean for... I'm not 100% sure what the target is, like the use case, but I'd recommend learning meta sounds, because meta sounds is like Unreal's advanced audio manipulation stuff. But if you want to like get different So are we talking like you've got... Because like audio doesn't exist in the engine. Imagining virtual microphones placed around the scene. I know WYs can do it, but I want to do it all. Yeah. It should be doable with meta sounds because you can now output from meta sounds. So you can actually read the audio level or the audio wave from meta sound. So you could output the amplitude of the meta sounds and maybe be able to get, you know, the things within a radius and, you know, do the root mean square fall off, you know, that fucking double the distance minus 6 dB. I forget. I fucking haven't done audio in ages. Yeah. There'd be a way to do it. You wouldn't get stuff like reflections unless you were using like audio ray tracing, which I don't think Unreal does natively at the moment, but it probably will in the future. Which would be lit. Audio ray tracing is pretty boggers. Game goes to Tsushima has special tech for grass, but there's one aspect of the grass I want to try, and that's to have the grass blade bend to face the camera at medium to far distance. Go to Sovereign Dev's stream. He's on Twitch at the moment. We're going to be raiding him in a second. But his grass does that. It always faces the camera, and all that stuff. So it could... Yeah, you do it all in the shader. So you would just do like a distance lerp, and then blend in the rotating of the thing to face the camera. Yeah. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima has some pretty cool grass, and Sovereign basically implemented it in his project. So that would be the way to ask. If it's like Unreal specific, you know. People will eat a hamburger, fries, touch their stuff. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I'm like a very... I'm tidy where, like, it matters. Like, I'll get all my clutter and put it behind that curtain shelves. behind me, but like here and like on the camera, like I keep everything giga tidy. So yeah. Anyway, like I said I was going to make nachos like an hour ago, so I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks to all of the patrons who can who support for as little as $1 per month. Big shout out. If you guys also want to join the Patreon crew, you can do so at, I don't know, just Google Prismatica Patreon. New video soon. There was a new video that went up a couple of days ago about the Switch node, which is a very handy one. Twitch gang, we're going to be raiding Sovereign. Sovereign. And I'm going to keep working on the plugin, you know, while I'm watching Sov. I should get all the boring shit done, and then it's basically ready for testing at that point. So, yeah. With that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.